persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canody, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in the County of Norfolk. Draw a name, give your attendance, you shall be heard. While I say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Modern food science has literally created thousands of artificial chemical ingredients that never existed before.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, even inadvertently, since we met yesterday? Okay, so I am going to see counsel at sidebar for just a moment. Most people said no. I will see the juror who raised her hand in just a moment. Are fine and set to begin. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Christopher Albert to the stand.
Okay.
Watch your step up. I'm going to ask you to remain standing. Face the clerk. Sworn by raising your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case now and here for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Pull the chair forward. Pull this, very good.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Christopher Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life.
Pretty much since I was 4.
And prior to living in Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, you're going to kill me. 21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons?
Yep.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E Pizza Shop?
She does some of this behind the scenes stuff. Yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house. I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor. And I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff. And that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows, it's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on Meadows?
Well, between us or all, on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then between.
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
And then how about in between 1 and 7?
So there's 2 houses between mine and John's.
And your house is both odd numbers. Are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew, Patrick, in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. Usually just grab a slice.
Now, you grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin, then a brother, Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 of us.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Now, your older brother, Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E Pizza Shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And you recall, what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, it was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop that night?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes it was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall, and I said, where are you? And go ahead.
And where did he say that you were?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah. So I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple, and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to Waterfall?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
I think my wife said, are you coming down? Are you there? She was down there. So I had a conversation with her. I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the Waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the Waterfall, where did you go as far as, who, if anyone, did you recognize when you came?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know them?
Well, I grew up with, I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister, Nicole. So I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishment, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
About how close to your table was the live band?
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say, pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people there?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
Ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at a bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, your brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So at some point shortly after that, or at some points, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table, your group?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but probably just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin or both?
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to or what they had been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother, Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.?
Brian Jr., yeah, we call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your brother, your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated? Or
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the waterfall, you mentioned some text communications with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before he got there?
I don't think nothing before I got to the waterfall
Not before you got to the waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the waterfall.
with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communications you recall in regard to who was there or who was going to be there?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, "Who's there?" And I said, "My brother Brian." I said, "Brian." And he said, "Your brother Brian?" I said, "Yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there." And he said, "Where's your brother Kevin?" And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they go upon coming back?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe, and then just kind of like got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes,
And how would you describe their relationship as far as
good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant to do?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with a glass underneath her jacket. And I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? Anything like that?
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under a coat when she came in?
Yeah, it was like she pulled it out.
Now, if you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down, and I think well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
So no arguments, anything like that?
No, not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Floristore knows we all have OMG moments.
Oh, hi.
God. Avoid them with Floristore, the only dual-action probiotic that flushes out bad bacteria and boosts good bacteria, restoring gut balance. Try Floristore today.
Hairs or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe, his person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that?
Didn't see anything. look normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area that he was?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people sitting, some people standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating. So I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, you know, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
And where did your brother Brian live at?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there, grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah,
Was he turning 21 at that point?
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
So in relation to this evening of January 28th, that the ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking. So
Yeah.
Was it recent to January 28th?
Yeah, it was sometime before that, but within like a couple of months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end as far as, obviously it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference to doing that?
To doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year, it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no, because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, you know, eat pizza 2 weeks before we were weighing in.
And your wife, Julie, how long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived?
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Now, later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of Fireball shots for the group.
And who partook in that, if you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up with water?
I think they called last call at right before 12. I pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And as far as the group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of you leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building, and I come up Washington to the right, and they were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
And when you say walk up Washington, did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with that?
It just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street? Or the
Oh, yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well.
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
So when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left onto Washington.
They were sort of walking
Opposite directions.
on Washington.
Yes.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned, that he went to the bar and he got a beer? Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking throughout the course of the evening?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
So fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview that night?
I did not.
And about what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now is actually.
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son.
He was in the San Diego in the Navy.
And if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home, were they there, if you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the waterfall surveillance.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from Channel 3, the second video now. If you could just pause there for a moment, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's depicted up on that screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have any.
My apologies. Thank you very much. So, sir, what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer. Basically, just click that button and point it up.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I just handed to you, if you could direct the jury's attention to about where the high top is and then about where you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top. And I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here,
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
back here. Wait. Oh, so this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after. So that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that was.
On this side over here. It's kind of fuzzy, but that side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 1054. And I would ask if you could play that from 1054 to about 1056. I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman. Now, Mr. Alba, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area and where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
So it would be off sort of towards the left, is that correct?
Yeah, like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. As far as two individuals sort of walking in, do you recognize who those individuals are?
I do. That's John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 1056.
Everything is today. This is today. They're just probably playing it again. Hi, Eric. I can't type in chat, you guys, while I'm out getting a coffee. That's why I have two of me on the, well, you can only see one of me on the screen right now, but there's two. One on my laptop at home running for you guys, this. So I'm glad you found us, but I can't type in chat while I'm on my phone out, but I can answer via voice like this. Oh, I'll fix it. I probably just, my brain went fart mode this morning with everything that I had to, you know, process.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Now, Mr. Albert, as far as your son, Colin, do you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed. So do you know what time your son came home that night?
I know.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know?
Yes,
And how do you know that, sir?
because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son died?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they
He-
came home?
He would always do that. Yeah, that was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about, obviously at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was?
Um, 8-ish, 8:30-ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that morning?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
And receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you and your wife?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house."
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my excuse me. From what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2.
And where was that?
At my condo.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you've essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old,
Correct.
and the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years.
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton? Or the-
Recently elected.
The town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town, correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that, yes.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife Julie Albert
Correct.
and your son Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other two sons, yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton?
I guess.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton?
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. You've got another witness you can ask that of, Mr. Yannetti.
You know Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
Sorry, I was muted. Why is it not updating? Is it me or are they taking a break or sidebar? Sidebar, sidebar. Can you hear me, Twisted?
That's a branch yes, manager, I am, but give me 1 second. Manager.
Can't hear the trial.
Yeah, I'm here. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to talk to Enterprise for someone. Enterprise is giving them a runaround, and they owe her money. So it's just on the phone with them, of course.
Fun stuff. I battled with Enterprise. It took me 14 days to get my refund.
They went in and so the manager got mad because I was in there with her and we were getting a new, she was doing a new contract or whatever. And the manager tells this woman who comes in, she's like, I want to, I signed up for the free upgrade on my reservation. I'm a member. I want the upgrade. And the guy comes over and tells her, oh no, those are only for airports. So I called him out. No, they're not. My friend works for Enterprise. I forever go work for Enterprise. Now I'm an Enterprise member. I said, that is not true. That is false. You do not have to wait or go to an airport. I said she should be able to get that upgrade right here. And of course he started stuttering because he didn't know what to say. He was called out on the spot and he was like, and then finally he just did it. He was like, oh, she has to do it on reservation.
You've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Sure, if that's.
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Unetti. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially.
Really?
You've been out for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you can let the jury know.
Do you have a hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and
Happy
put
to
it in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Ron.
Brought in the
We'll
big
take
gun, huh?
that into evidence and then,
That makes sense. May I approach, Judge?
yes.
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
55.
May that be published to the jury on the screen, Your Honor?
Sure.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, that event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You can take the photo down, Mr. Bates. The lights can go on. You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at that. I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not sure I agree with that question.
Well, your brother Kevin Albert worked under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be, not sure.
And as far as your, ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
Somewhere around there, maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I don't know if I call it tight.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
Okay.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his, wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school,
Yes.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you.
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was, you became familiar with
Yeah, he
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
2 of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Correct.
And you've drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
And we were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Couple.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper. Correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen as sidebar?
Sure.
We got a sidebar again. And I want to know what they say, them sidebars.
Yeah, right. I would love to be a fly on the wall in a sidebar. Like, I know the media, maybe the media. I don't know if the media can hear. I wonder to myself if they can hear or not.
I asked, I sent him a message and asked him if he there's any sidebars after.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, "How do you do? I am Michael Proctor," correct?
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctors family who have posted publicly that the Alberts
Objection,
are
Your
their
Honor.
second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question. Disregard.
Now, at the time that Trooper Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir, you knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your Honor.
on February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you've testified that on January 28th of 2022,
Whether it's a last-second bake sale, Taco Tuesday, or a meal for your future in-laws, it's gonna be great. With McCormick by your side for over 130 years, it's gonna be great.
so where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or, but
The cell number prior to that day.
no, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
Think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use.
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife, Julie, was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right. And that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton Police Station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you call them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolakithis, does that ring a bell? Or do you...
That's them, yeah.
That's them. Okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table?
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn, end quote?
That was one of the texts.
Let me just have a moment. May I approach?
Sure.
Oh, do we have, just say, you're an evidence number?
It's remarked.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't think I asked to approach.
Go, that's fine.
Thank you. I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one,
Okay. One over.
I don't know that Yannetti's really doing much here for himself, other than establishing people knew each other, which is well established. Some of these people knew each other, and some of these people did not.
Yeah, like he's badgering him a little bit much, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, he is badgering. This is a hard stream for me because
Like, Heels should be here. And,
Yeah.
but I know that she would want us to still cover this. Like, I can hear her in my head, like being like, what do you mean you're not going to live stream the trial? Yes, you are. Cause I can't. Like,
That's why I'm here. I was going to do one if you weren't going to, because I know I talked to her yesterday, and she knew that I had to jump down, and I knew that she was getting some coffee and making some scrambled eggs, and
yeah.
but she definitely would have wanted this to continue. She wants to see this woman convicted.
Yes, she does. And we're going to be here to be the vessel for that.
Yeah.
I can hear her in my head just telling us to keep going and F what everybody else thinks or says.
Here's this bite of chocolate for you, Hills.
This is all for you, Hills.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm still in shock. Like, I had a good cry this morning, but I think I'm still like in disbelief that this happened.
Last night, when I heard, I just shut down. I didn't go on YouTube or nothing until this morning. And
I didn't find out till early this morning.
As I did yesterday. So before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact John O'Keefe and this witness, Chris Albert. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that John O'Keefe sent one or that this witness was the person who sent the message or transmitted it, then you may not consider it in deciding this case. So you have clarification a bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point?
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the juror's edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular exchange be posted on the screen with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. And so you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says get over here, right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn. That's
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
right. So you're
a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. Oh, we can take that down. At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks,
I'm sure.
including that one round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Probably fine. Fine.
All right. You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife Julie didn't want to stay any longer, or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
All right. And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon.
Thought I said a lime, but yep.
Okay. And you assumed that that was, you know, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen did not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
Okay. And you
interactions.
You didn't perceive any tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you previously, well, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
It's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
So over 2 years ago, I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50? Well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the waterfall. Sure. I think we need to back it up. Maybe start it. If we could pause it for a second, please. Ms. Robert, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point?
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it. Oh, there we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I am. Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Christina, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
See it now?
That's fine.
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please. Okay. You can take that off the screen. So having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than, farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I don't mean to be confusing here.
It's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall and then the waterfall and your home. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. D&E Pizza to the waterfall, are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know, and I'm trying to work through this because I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza?
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I think.
Can I see Counselor Tepper for just a second, please?
Okay, so sidebar. Once again, sidebar. I mean, he says he's not trying to trick him, but it's literally a trick question. Like, not that the question itself is trick, but that like the answers to it, he's trying to establish something that isn't true. So it's that. I mean, I get frustrated with Jackson and Unetti when they do this shit because it's like, dude, you know that this is all a farce, right? Like, what's the 1 to 2 minute difference? Like, what? Who cares if it's a 1 minute or 2 minute difference? They're trying to establish that because how long it takes Karen to get to back and forth from Meadows to and Fairview to Meadow. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they're trying to establish and how long it takes her to get from there to the waterfall. So whatever. But as we like, the timeline doesn't add up. Karen's timeline does not add up. Like, and I'm sure they tried to rework that 100 different ways so that it would actually add up, right? Like, I mean, crazy. This is just crazy to me.
Okay, my phone went wanky and turned sideways, and now it won't turn back.
Oh, that's annoying. I'm trying to figure out how to, I want, you know, this stream itself is like sort of my tribute to Heels. And I want, you know, some of the regular people, you know, voices might still be sleeping, but it would be nice to have like, you know, B Tim or Queen Bee.
Queen Bee went live. I emailed voices.
Yeah.
I put it in Queen's chat, but she's funny about announcing other people's. But I'm gonna go.
Oh. Thank you.
It pointed out to me that I think we're not making the connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to the timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah, I'd say around 5 minutes. I think from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now, if you're leaving the bar at like close to 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and a sweatshirt.
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold. Correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day?
Correct.
Till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven?
Correct.
As well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you'd had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right. And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your home?
In my bedroom.
And is this a townhouse? Or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom,
All right,
took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
all right. Do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth
But yeah,
and washed up?
but I did, that's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't
those
do
things.
either of those things?
No.
Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right, so you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after,
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19, because I think that's more consistent with what you said. And understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine?
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay, and then you walked up 2 flights of stairs, right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay, all right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door?
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son Colin opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be, correct.
All right. So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was some time after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe because that's where your family lived, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old?
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers. Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain for the jury who or what is Nebercracker?
What is Nebercracker?
Yes,
Like the character?
that's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nebercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nebercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nebercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nebercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So you can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Okay. So is it your testimony that John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe is Nebercracker, and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife, Julie, went to his house.
That is correct.
And you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand.
Hood is the cottage cheese lovers love. Why? Our country style has more protein than hummus and less sugar than yogurt. And our expertly blended flavors are a taste combination you can't recreate at home. Now that's cottage cheese.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And you would agree with me that Nebercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nebercracker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Next question, please,
Yes.
Ms. Giannetti.
I have the photo. May I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, I place two photographs before you. If you could take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah.
All right.
I know the town owns a certain portion of it.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos, or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And offer those a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And with the court's permission, may they be published for the jury?
Okay.
With regard to that first photo, is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
We have the second photo, please. Okay. That is also John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that photo now. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
That's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
That's correct.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
This is absurdity. like no jury is going to believe
One other question, sir.
that someone killed someone over a lawn.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
I don't remember.
No further
Right.
questions.
thank you. Brief redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28th, 2022?
No,
About how long after that was it that you became?
sometime in April that the election was over, April, second week in April, maybe?
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police.
What in the hell just happened? What we're not allowed to like, what the fuck? What the fuck was that?
I don't know. They took it out, said we'll be right back. I don't know what happens. Probably equipment.
I don't know. I find it funny. All of a sudden, they were talking about Chief Berkowitz, and then bang, like
And it
maybe they're not allowed to. So there's protective orders where they're not allowed to do certain things, like media isn't allowed to audio or video certain people and certain.
So because he might be.
Maybe because he's touching on something that they can't air. It might be. I will check Law and Crime. Hold on, let me look.
Testimony is relevant or he wouldn't be there. I mean, they could.
Right. But I don't think it's like it's relevant to the jury, but they're not allowed to like which is weird to me because here's the thing. If they weren't in a tiny courtroom, like the public has the right to attend the trial, right? That's why we have public, like trials. So it's weird to me that they wouldn't allow them to like show us certain things as the public, because the public's allowed to,
be in the court. Yeah.
See this stuff. So I mean, I get it in a way, but in another way, I feel like it ruins our judiciary. Like,
I'm gonna check and just out of curiosity, see if Law and Crime's blocking it out.
I'm
Like court.
checking right now. What's a freaking stupid commercial is the first thing they give me. Like, wonderful. Nope, it's here.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me learn crime. Hold on.
We'll be right back, folks.
I know. Give me 1 second, guys.
Are they just taking a break?
All right, hold on. They're taking a thing, so hold on. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna back it up so that we can see what the hell is going on here.
Seen that Court TV for some reason didn't want us to hear.
Yeah, weird. I don't know. Let's.
No, that was his brother.
Yeah, hold on, I think.
We're crying out for his brother.
Hold on.
Karen's dad is thinking I want my money back.
It's just
I'm looking at the chat and Law and Crime. It is nuts.
I don't. Oh. Well, it's got to be like around-ish, here-ish, where they start. All right, here we go. What the hell?
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28th, 2022?
No,
About how long after that was it that you came?
sometime in April that the election was over, April, second week in April, maybe?
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police. When was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe?
Well after January 28th, 2022.
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
Why was that? It just it made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah,
One was in the Navy.
Yep.
Another was about to go to college.
correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling my,
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older. So I gave him my real estate's number, the guy who sold my house.
And that selling of the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28th, 2022?
Yeah, soon after.
Let's move on from that.
Of course he's objecting to it because he doesn't want to ruin his own narrative. Why would you object to knowing that? Like, come on, bro.
Exactly.
The jury's going to take note of that, whether they're supposed to or
Now,
not.
with regards, regard to your son Colin, when he came home that night, you indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, he came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point in
None.
time? And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Avril's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them that day?
None.
Now, with regard to the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of
Never cracker.
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him. "Hey, kid, get off my lawn." So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie, and then Julie in turn called, called Jen maybe and said, "Hey, John just yelled at Dylan." And I think Jen reached out to John, and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, "Hey, I was just kidding." It was just, so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence,
Yeah.
sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
correct.
That was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away.
Yeah.
And how did he respond to those photographs?
He thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him, other people, that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up, Mr. Allen.
One last question, Norm. So after you sent the text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to the lawn.
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further. Nothing
Quickly,
further.
Jay. All right, you are all set, Mr. Albert. And
Thank you.
Jurors, we're going to take recess. It's not going to be sitting there like a juror. It's not going to be too long because I'm going to end.
If the witness would just stay where you're
Yeah,
at.
please
thank you.
take it.
Sorry,
So
sorry.
that's okay. So-
Jurors, if you'd fold your
I don't see where that helped the defense's theory one iota.
What really pisses me off, right, is, and again, I don't usually critique judges unless they're really bad, but I'm not really understanding why why Judge Canoni decided she was going to, push Lally to hurry up. Like, you can't push the DA to hurry up if he has questions that need to be asked on redirect. And you didn't hurry up Mr. Yannetti when he was going down a line of questioning that made no sense about anything. And half of it was all theory and lies that John didn't like people on his lawn. It was a literal inside joke. And it had been that way for a very long time. John thought it was wicked funny. And of course, the family, right, the Alberts and McCabe's, like, they like know this. Like, I've known this since November, that this is something that like the defense has been trying to push, that like Colin Albert was killed John, helped people kill John because he was throwing beer cans on his lawn. It wasn't even Colin Albert. There's like a video. It was a different kid completely that threw the beer cans, number one. Number two, Colin was not at his uncle's house when John and Karen arrived, and that will be introduced later on. But this whole theory that they're running with, the objection from Yannetti when Chris tried to answer about if the house was going to be up for sale before John died, I'll answer that. The answer is yes. The house was already going to be sold before John died at Fairview. Fairview was already set to be sold. He had already talked to the realtor and stuff. So the fact that Yannetti would object to the answer to whether or not the house was going to be sold before John died speaks volumes. He should have just shut his mouth, because you're objecting to knowing whether the house is going to be sold before that or not. That blows up your whole narrative. So of course you don't want the answer, but it also tells the jury that you don't want anybody to hear the answer because it blows up your narrative. So like that was a dumb move on Yannetti's part to object to the answer to that.
Yeah, they've been putting out here from day one that, oh, they hurried up and replaced the floors, and they hurried up and took a loss and sold the house. But that was already in motion before this happened.
Yeah, they didn't take a loss. That's another thing TB was pushing, like, oh, they took a loss. No, they didn't take a loss. Actually, they got like a $250,000 more than what the house was bought for. His parents bought it for forever ago. They lowered the amount. Like they just like my grandmother did when she sold her house. She had it for like $650,000. I think she lowered it down to like, this was obviously like 2005, but she lowered it down, I think, to like just shy of 6, like 5, whatever. Like that's not a loss. The house is still selling for way more than what it was bought for. You're still gaining. What they did was they had to lower the price for the house to be bought. Probably also because a lot of people probably knew John had died on that lawn, and so that's gonna affect people wanting to buy said house. So they had to lower it by about 50,000, which isn't even a lot. They still made out in the long run on more than the house was bought for, so it was not a loss in any way, shape, or form. All they did was, and plenty of people have to do this, maybe not in today's market, but plenty. And if someone dies on your front lawn, like, yeah, that's going to, people aren't going to want to buy your house, so you may have to lower it a little. Like that's common sense. Like you can go and look into a plenty of cases where they've had to do that. That's not something that's abnormal. But the house was already set to be sold, and I've had this information for quite some time. Again, this is like why I sort of took a break, and I had all this non-public information, and like I knew it would come out at trial. So I knew like I wanted to get this like I didn't want to spill anything by accident. Hold on, let me let voices on.
Okay.
Oh, hey, girl.
Hey. I'm glad you got my email. I didn't know how to reach out to B, so.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't have any contact with Tim outside of YouTube, outside of being on a panel with him. So I don't have any way to do that.
I know Queen don't, and I get it. I respect her not wanting, who wants to mention other lives. But I did say under the circumstances, it's the only reason why I was doing it. And, that this stream was being done, in honor of Hills. Because this is what Hills would have wanted. She would not have wanted to miss this. She was so waiting for Yannetti to go on after the.
Yeah. I can hear her in my head telling us to continue. Like, just.
She was supposed to be okay.
I keep saying that to myself. Like, she was.
We kept telling everybody yesterday she was supposed to be okay. She's okay. She's okay.
I spoke to her for just a couple seconds, and I knew that she was in pain, and I knew she was, and I just thought, she was going to be okay. Yeah.
I
but
thought
she was trying to test Turtle Boy and all that. Turtle Boy is the one who ran with that narrative about that they hurried up and cleaned up the evidence out of the house and ripped out the floors because of the DNA evidence, and they hurried up and sold it and took a huge loss. But all anybody had to do was take a second and look into it.
The floor was actually done like 2 years prior due to like water damage, and it floor was not done at that time in the basement. So that was just a big farce to begin with.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to. I had to change the subject, so I quit crying. And Hills was my go-to every morning. She would text me, tell me, no, do it this way. And I would listen to her and I would do it that way. And she would be right. And she, there was times I just wanted to give up trying to build my channel. And she'd be like, no, you're not. No, you're not.
It's hard because like, you got to think, I go think back to the moment where it paused, and that's got to be the moment that she fell. And
well, she had texted me and told me she was getting coffee and making a scrambled egg. And
right. And that's what she was like. She was coming back into the living room with her coffee and scrambled egg when she fell.
Yeah. And I just thought she would be okay. And when I woke up this morning, I got the news.
I got it last night, but I just couldn't do the YouTube thing last night. I just shut everything off, and yeah, so many did so much to her, and it's sad and it's sick. But you can, and now they can't correct what they did because they were wrong. But, because of all that, that's why I reached out to Hills privately, and that's how we good friends. I mean, we talked all the time. We texted, we called each other. I'm going to miss her. I'm really going to miss her.
We were in like a group chat together long before we ever streamed it together. And she had some really kind words for me. I went through a lot with this case, and so it's just like, just get back on the horse, Elise. Like, just get up there and stream. Like I'll pop in anytime you need me. Like, just do it. Like, it's just hard to think that like went from being on a live stream with her yesterday and thinking she's going to be fine to messaging her last night and being like, hey, like, I haven't heard from you. Like, are you okay? Like, to this morning, she's just being gone. And that's really hard. Like, no, I'm not going to have any more like laughs with her or fun chats or smart remarks. Like, it's hard.
She's not going to get on my case because I shared somebody's post. I'm going to miss all that.
Those are the things that you got to hold, like those are the things that you laugh about. And I have to believe that she's in this live stream with us right now. Like, I can hear her in my head being like, stop being a baby and crying. Like, suck it up. Like,
come on, you guys, knock it off or I'm going to mute you all.
She's not missing this. She's sitting right here and she's yelling at you right now.
I know.
The best part, she could actually be in the courtroom right now trying to trip Yannetti.
Oh my God, that'd be hilarious. Like, Heels, if you have that cosmic energy, like if you trip him, I will die on the floor laughing. Like, please, for the love of God, just let him fall over his shoelaces or something. Like, can I get that, just that one sign? Like,
can we start seeing some Boston people like just suddenly get knocked over? Like they just suddenly like fall right over. Heels, could you help us out a little bit?
Right? Like maybe if I just like, this is where I wish I had a car, because I'd drive down to the courthouse right now just to see if it would happen. Like I'm only 20 minutes from there. So.
Oh, it's just.
I'm hoping she is, Anne. I'm hoping.
My right eye is all swollen, runs with scissors. It looks like I got hit in the eye with a softball. It's
hence why I tried to put makeup on my face. I mean, it's not helping my red eyeballs, but like, I tried to like clean myself up a little. Like,
I'm not showing my face because all I did was comb my hair this morning and wash my face. That's it. I went to
Kathy, I don't even have my teeth in yet. I'm still in my bathrobe. Boobs are sagging. I don't give a shit. I
said boobs are sagging. I don't give a shit.
I just don't. I don't even know if I'm gonna get dressed today.
Even though I don't like to eat candy bars, I don't have the treated candy bar, but I'm making my own and I'm putting this on for you, Hills.
I think, yeah, I think maybe we should make shirts. I should make shirts with the cricket for us for Heels. I just got to have someone like send me her, her.
Hey, Kathy, did you get my email yesterday with the attachment?
With the attachment, I got the link. Oh look, I got the one with the link, but I ended up. My dog's been very sick, and we're going to be losing him. And he just was having a really rough day yesterday. So
I sent you an email that has some really good information about like content creators, families, all of that. It's some really good information. If you need it again, I'll send it to you.
no, it's probably. I just probably didn't click it. I will definitely check it out because you always give me good advice. Voices, you've helped me so much. I've learned from you, and when I think of something, I think of asking you.
Well, Kathy, I'm always here to help. I don't know if I've really ever helped that much, but you make it sound a lot more.
Share screen and stuff. You showed me all that in one of your lives. I still go back and play that live when I'm stuck on something.
Well, if you need any help with StreamYard videos, any of that, I'm always happy to help, honey. Always happy to help.
I didn't know nothing. I didn't know how to do nothing. I was 59 and teaching myself. We didn't grow up with computers and stuff,
I'm more than happy to help, Kathy. That's not a problem.
I know you are.
I think that everybody should have the ability to go live and at least know how to do the absolute basics. Put a peen screen up or a Vagine screen, whichever your preference is.
Yep.
Make sure that you know how to share the screen, play a video, all that kind of stuff. I think that everybody should know that. And the biggest reason is because when I first came on the platform, Natasha wouldn't share any of those secrets with anybody. And so when I learned how to do it, I shared them with everybody.
Yeah, see, I'm one of those people who like everyone should know, right? Like it shouldn't be a secret. If this is gonna help people, why shouldn't they know?
Exactly.
And that was the biggest reason, was because Recliner Lady wouldn't share anything, wouldn't tell anybody anything about how to do it, made it sound like it was hard. And lo and behold, nope, not at all.
All right, I need some advice. I got to put my cat on a damn diet because he's a big tomcat. He's bigger than most people's dogs. He's really just big boned. He's just a big cat. And he didn't gain.
I tried telling my doctor that, no, sir, I'm just really big boned. And my doctor told me that was bullshit.
Bullshit? What do you mean?
He's like, ma'am, you're fat. Let's not try to.
But my cat gets like people food, and he eats dry food, and he only eats a small bowl a day. He's not like a gorger,
Right.
Some cats are just big.
His cheese.
Does he need Ozempic for cats, or
right?
Like Sigmaglutide? Right. Put him on the celebrity quick reductor.
Oh, let me answer this. Okay, here we go. Actually, let me explain the charges for Karen. Actually, there's no intent in the charges that she has now under the law here in Massachusetts. It's the charges under C. So if you look at what she's being charged with, it's literally under C. And so what that is in the law is you don't have to prove intent. You only have to prove that any reasonable person would have known that doing certain things could have caused this. So basically, knowing that you're driving drunk or driving over the legal limit or not going slow in snow or backing up without looking or any of those things would lead a normal person to believe that it's reckless, right? That it could cause a death. And so there's no intent required with what she's being charged with right now.
I mean, if she doesn't know that hitting somebody with a car could cause their demise, then Lord, take her driver's license.
Well, that's not what they have to prove, unfortunately. What they have to prove is
Right.
that any reasonable person would have known that getting in a car after drinking could have caused the death of someone. And that's
Correct.
because there's no intent in what she's being charged with, because the way the law works in Massachusetts, it's obviously not the same in every state. And sometimes second-degree murder or, whatever, like you have to prove intent. Well, with this law in Massachusetts and the charges she's being charged with, there is no intent in it. You do not have to prove intent. It has nothing to do with intent. And that's why it's under C. There's A, B, and C. That's why it's under C. That's the specific one she's being charged with. So they don't have to prove any intent, and the jury doesn't have to, take into consideration intent, because you don't have to prove intent. All you have to prove is that any other person would have known getting behind the wheel could cause someone's death after you've been drinking. So,
Well, you all helped me make a taco salad for my husband's lunch today, so I hope you guys are ready.
Girl, I love taco salad. Don't threaten me with a good time. Like,
I just made the chips while I was listening to the court because he won't eat the bag chips, So,
yeah. I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, backing up at like any of those things you would know is not like reasonable, and I also think the jury isn't supposed to like take into consideration like things that have been stricken from the record or objections that have been sustained. But let's get real here. If the jury hears it, you can't unhear it, right? Like you can't, they might not say out loud to the other jurors that they're considering that in their decision to say guilty or not guilty, but the jurors are still taking note and taking that as part of their decision, whether we like it or not. They're never going to admit that, but it's a bias, like, right? Like, and I think they're going to take note of the fact that Yannetti just objected to knowing if the house was going to be sold before John died or not, because he did get the answer out before she sustained it. So I think they're going to take note of him even objecting to that. Like, why would you object to know when the house was going to be sold if you're trying to spin this theory that the whole house was only sold after John died? Like,
the state's going to recall him back to the stand and finish, because the judge did rush their questioning, and I think that's wrong.
I don't understand that. It is wrong, and you're not supposed. Okay, a judge is not supposed to just be interjecting in like forcing them to hurry along, unless it's like a line of questioning that like you're badgering the witness. Then she can say like move along to the next question or like whatever. But you certainly should not be telling one side or another to hurry up and wrap it up. Like if he's got 75 questions on cross-examination, like Yannetti, wow, my brain. And then, Lally gets up for redirect. Yeah, gets up for redirect, and he has 75 more questions. You cannot then tell the DA on redirect, like, hurry it along, let's go. Like, he's got to make his case. And if he needs to ask all 75 questions to make his case, then that's what he has to do, is the burden of proof. That's how it works. So for her to tell him, like, hurry it along was a little strange to me that she would do that. Like, if you don't want that line of questioning, you would say, like, hurry it up with this line of questioning, not or what, get to your point, or what's the relevance of this, right? Like there was a couple times that if I was Lally, I would have objected to a few things that Yannetti was asking for relevance reasons, like objection, relevance, like what time he went to bed, what he ate, when he ate previous to like when he went to waterfall, relevance of that. What is the relevance of whether he ate before he went to the waterfall or when he ate before he went to the waterfall? He just said that he wasn't drunk. So what's the relevance? There's none. So like, I would have been objecting to those sort of like questions, because they're just nonsense questions made to make Chris look like some alcoholic. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Hey,
I mean, I'm not saying that that's not the case.
I'll come back. I need to pop off, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay.
Yeah. Go for it.
I'm
not saying it was perfect. The investigation, the law enforcement investigation, was not perfect. There were things they definitely should have done and didn't do, but there was also reasons that they chose. Like, you have to adapt in any situation. Even the police investigators, they have to adapt. So if the situation is different and not like a different situation, like the Solo cups, as long as you have a plastic container, like a brand new plastic container, like they improvise because they don't hold those kind of investigative tools. Only the state police do. They're just a small town. They don't have that kind of stuff. So to grab the plastic cups that were new, like that's actually that's what you would use. And then they transferred them. The state police transferred them into their own cups. So like they had to do what they had to do to gain whatever evidence they could until it was like they thought it was a homicide and the state police took over. So like they have jurisdiction over that. So it's like people want to sort of zero in on things like the solo cups. The solo cups had a reason. Also, people were led to believe that they took that leaf blower and just blew everything everywhere. And it was these big, no, it was like the guy, testified to it. It was like a 7x7 area. And they brought it way close down to the ground and they were able to sort of, and there's a video of it that we saw a few days ago. They were able to sort of do it in little spots, almost all the way down to the ground and keep it very precise. So it wasn't that they were blowing the snow everywhere and things could have went everywhere. Evidence could have flown everywhere. That's not what happened at all. That's what everybody was led to believe in the beginning. But clearly by the video, you can tell it's very precise. They've turned it down to where they need it so that they can only do that one area that they're trying to do at a time. So these were things that were told to everyone that were just false, untrue. Things like Colin Albert, killed John. Colin Albert was a 17-year-old kid. He is now the same age as my daughter. He was born in the same year as my daughter. Colin Albert wasn't there. So for the defense to keep even going on with this theory of Colin Albert wasn't there. Leave this damn kid alone, dude. Like, this is his life you guys want to mess with. Like these grown adults on the internet trying to call a 17-year-old kid a murderer because some other idiot on the internet that runs on rumors, lies, and conjecture told you so. Because he quote unquote always comes with receipts. No, he does not. No, he does not. He doesn't come with receipts. He makes up receipts. He spins receipts. Okay. He's literally made them himself. And he takes out context of receipts for what he wants you to think it is. That's not bringing receipts.
That's I cannot, that's another trial I'm looking forward to
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Yep.
Because regardless of the outcome of this trial, what he did, he did. You can't change the fact. And what they did to that 17-year-old boy, how they went to his school, they went to his friends, they followed him around, they harassed him. It's insane.
But here's the sad part. Like, even before this case, this man has been doing that kind of shit for 10 damn years. Literally running around and like, what do you think he's doing to his latest victim? Behind closed doors, he does all this same crap all the time. All the time. Then uses sock accounts to spread rumors that aren't true, to spread hate.
Yep.
To make his mob do what he wants them to do. Like, I'm sorry, but if you can't use your own brain to see that and you can't see the contradictions in his own stories, literally one sentence after, like, he literally will contradict himself one sentence after another. Like, and nobody stops and goes, wait a second. Hold on. You just said this, but now you're saying this, and that don't add up.
Yeah, I get
Instead, I'm sorry, they just listen to everything he says like it's gospel and it's true, when 99.9% of the things that are coming out of his mouth are not only false, but provably false.
Yep. And they don't see it. And then there were so many people when I did a live about him, not just his antics here, but his antics since he's been around. And the reason why he left his teaching job and all this other thing. And they were like, oh my God, we didn't know none of this. We thought he just started now. I said, oh, no. I said, you don't believe me. Go ask Mass Troll Mafia what they put her through, what they did to her, because she was calling out.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to Kate this morning. She's on Kev's channel right now. But like not only that, but like Kate aside, right? Like, he tried to frame another YouTuber. He used pictures of his own children in the bathtub and then made it look like that person sent those as a threat, then took those and used them in an actual real life court case to try to frame someone else. And this is not the first or second time he's done it. He did it in the Ashley, oh God, I don't want to get her name wrong. D and Jill. I don't even want to. Ashley's case. Okay. And he made up evidence and receipts in the same way that he's doing right this very second to his latest victim. So like, this is a pattern of behavior with him. He's been caught doing it already numerous times. Like he's very easy to pinpoint because he has patterns of behaviors that he never stops doing. So you can pretty much predict what's going to happen next based upon what he's doing or not doing. right? Like I won't watch his stuff because what's the point? It's all lies, conjecture, and spin. Like and not only that, but we're talking about someone who thinks magically that their charges are magically going to be dropped if Karen Reed gets found not guilty. Whether Karen Reed gets found guilty, not guilty, hung jury, mistrial, it doesn't matter. His charges still stand. They don't magically disappear. So like we're talking about someone who's clearly not too smart and clearly does not understand the legal part of any of this, right? Like we're talking about someone who's said numerous things about the law that like can't even be possible. So I'm like, what?
Yeah, he thinks he's untouchable. He
Right.
thinks he's gotten away with it for so long that he can just, he thinks something special. And if he's not found guilty of anything, oh my God, I can imagine the lengths he'll go to, because he already doesn't have a low he won't go. And come on, why is he not back in jail? He has violated his release conditions how many times?
Numerous times, and he should be charged with every single one of them. He should be back in prison right now, in my opinion. Yeah, and that's the other problem is like you have to go back to like these like Jim Jones and David Koresh. Like these people didn't know they were in a cult until it was over, right? Like they literally you don't know you're in a cult until like it's done, and then you're on the outside and you look from the outside in and you're like, holy shiitake mushroom.
Yeah.
That is a cult. Like when one person says something and then it gets repeated and repeated and repeated and repeated so many times to the point where someone's telling you it's true and then 77 people are telling you it's true, they just believe it's true, whether you can show them evidence of it not being true or not. So if you show them evidence, they'll say, oh, good edit, or oh, that's doctored, although that's fake, even when it's not, right? Because it kills their narrative, it kills the lie, right? So they just will go on with explaining it away or saying it's fake. They're in for a rude awakening, right? Like I know some of these people will still say like, oh no, it's true, he has receipts. Like no people, he doesn't. And maybe you'll realize when he can stare to scream and boldly scream to the world that you're a criminal or a bad person or a scammer or a grifter, which is literally what he calls anybody he has a problem with. Doesn't matter who you are. If tomorrow you're his next victim, like guess what? He's going to call you all those things. He's going to call you crazy. And then he's going to attack you before you can tell the world anything about him. That's his MO. He does it every time. So before you can tell the world anything or expose him, he'll attack you first to try to sort of kill your credibility, right? So that no one will listen to what you have to say. And it's like, how many times does one person do that before people stop and go, wait a second, hold on. This is the pattern here. Like, it can't be everyone else is a scammer or a grifter or a criminal or crazy. Like, can't be everyone else, right? Like, he's always the victim. Like, you can't always be the victim, right? Like, that's not, his latest victim, like, she is an open book and she'll tell you things that don't, flatter her. But the truth is the truth. And you don't have to worry about telling the truth because you don't have to worry about what lies you've made up. He has to keep up with every lie he's told. And oftentimes he'll contradict his own lies. And these people don't realize it. Like these people legitimately don't even realize that he told you something completely different 3 sentences ago. And now he's telling you this. Like, so to me, it's mind blowing that some of these, some of them, to their credit, some of these people sort of figured it out. I get messages all the time from people who just don't want to say anything publicly, who figured it out quite a while ago or starting to figure it out. And they just don't want to say anything publicly because they don't want to be attacked. But I think that's how he thinks he gains powers, by anybody being afraid. Like, no one's afraid. Sorry to tell you. Like, write whatever you want in your lies of blogs. You write whatever the hell you want, bro. Like, go for it. Like, nothing, like most people don't have anything to hide. Like, my life has been an open book. I went from being an addict to being almost 16 years sober this year. I went from being in jail to working in a prison. Like, I changed my life and I am not going to hide from that. I'm not going to be ashamed of the fact that I was a dancer, aka stripper, if that's what you want to call it, for 10 years of my life, in my early adulthood, 18 to in my 20s. So no, like, these are things that not a secret to the world. But it's also not a secret to the world that I'm very intelligent. I'm smart. I like to help people. Like, it doesn't matter who you are or what you need help with. Like, it could be the stupidest of stupid. Like, But if someone needs my help, I'm going to help because I have a lot of random information in this brain of mine that can help people that people just don't know about. So when someone asks for my help, like, I got no problem giving it. I can't monetarily help anyone. I can't even monetarily help myself, but I can do whatever I can. It doesn't cost money to help people. You know, you can do it for free. You can do it for free. Even your time, 5 minutes of your time listening to someone, giving them a hug, like all of that stuff is, you know, it is something you can do to help someone, and you don't have to spend a dime doing it. So it's like, I will not be ashamed of anything that has happened in my life because I made it out the other side. Nobody wakes up and says they want to be an addict. Nobody wakes up and says, like, I wanted to be an attorney. I knew that since I was 11, and my daughter has some really serious health issues, and that sort of put my track differently. And then also the addiction put my track differently, and it just wasn't in the cards. I mean, one day, maybe. I'm really working on trying to get back to school and do it. But I've kept up with all the new laws, Supreme Court decisions, all that stuff. Every time a new one's made, I'm researching, I'm keeping up on it. So like, it's a passion of mine, but I'm not going to be ashamed of going through horrific abuse from the time I was a child until early adulthood by 3 different people, foster care itself, my abuser. And as a child, it was a family member. But I will not take all that pain that I've been through and let anybody use it as to shame me. I will not do that. I will not allow that. I will not allow anyone to shame someone who has been through crap and made it out the other side, because that makes them a survivor. It makes them able to help other people. It makes them have more empathy, more sympathy. It makes them better people. And in my world, it's what can I do today to be a better person than I was yesterday? That's not how his world works. His world is, who can I slander and defame today to make myself look good and feel good about myself because I have bad self-esteem. Like, that's his thing. He's got really bad self-esteem, and it's abundantly apparent. But you know what you do for that? You get some help, some therapy, maybe some meds. Like, I have had PTSD and diagnosed years ago with CPTSD, which is complex post-traumatic stress. So where you might get PTSD from like one really big or really even just whatever tragedy, or what's the word I'm looking for? I went blank on the word I'm looking for, but I have PTSD. So it's more than one sort of tragedy or thing that I've dealt with in my life that has given me not just PTSD, but CPTSD. Like soldiers, say for instance, like they get blown up and they get injured, but they're not off duty. And then they, go back and someone one of their brothers gets killed in front of them like that. They would probably have complex post-traumatic stress. So it's not just one thing, it was multiple things, and mine are over a dozen. So, but you know how I work through that? With therapy. With therapy. Like, it's that simple. Therapy. Like, people like him choose to just ignore their issues like they don't exist. And you can't get better or be better if you do that. And I won't let anyone sit there and try to shame anyone for someone who used to be an addict. Like, how dare you sit there and like claim his latest victim is still using. She's been sober for 6 proud years. And she's a very good friend of mine, and she's a good person. She's a great mom. All she does is worry about her kids. That's literally all she worries about. Her kids come first, no matter what. So for anybody to sit there and say, oh, she's a bad mother, she should ever, I'm sorry, what? You've never met her a day in your life. You're being told by someone else what you should think about someone. Shame on you for adopting that as your own opinion. Maybe, and here's an idea, don't judge someone before you actually know them or meet them yourself. Right?
Yeah.
Like, didn't your parents teach you that? Didn't anybody's parents teach them that? Like, if you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say anything at all. But you certainly can't take someone's word for it who's trying to save their own ass. Okay? Because the only reason he does it is to save his own ass. The first thing he was worried about is, I'm going to lose all my followers if they find out you're pregnant. Not, what are we going to do? Not, this is probably bad timing. Not, I'm going to lose my, that's your main concern? What?
Yeah.
Like, that's not normal, guys. Like, that's not normal behavior. It's not normal thinking.
Him posting those pictures over the weekend. I'm sorry, I'm not an expert, but those pictures were definitely altered.
he alters all sorts of stuff, pictures, text messages. He's done it numerous times,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
puts it out there and says, look at what happened. Like, but when you've seen the originals and you know that it's a farce, like, I call it out every time I see it. Like, I've literally seen it all myself with my own 2 peepers, right? Like, and he also seems to forget that, like, the police have downloaded everything in her phone. Everything. It's all going to come out, whether he wants it to or not. Like,
Yeah.
you know, the cops have it. It's going to come out in a trial. It's that simple. Like,
And I don't think the state's gonna give this up. I just don't. I think not. They're just tired of him and his antics. They're just tired of it all, and I think they're gonna make an example out of him. Of what can happen to you when you do this stuff against the law? You have no right to follow witnesses around, to go to a school sporting event, to harass, stalk, and threaten. I mean, the man played the phone calls live on his live. He was making these
altered. He also played altered audio that he altered to edit in that he was recording. That was first of all, it wasn't an audio, it was a video, first of all. And secondly, the cops have both of those versions. Like, so it's like, what?
You can
like,
tell it was altered if you actually listen to it and actually listen to what you can tell that just doesn't fit.
Right.
It didn't.
The background noise was completely different. It got squeezed in the beginning, like, and it's like 10 seconds before he was recording, he was screaming and flipping out. So it's like he knew what he was doing, trying to bait someone in the most emotional moment of their life. But everybody seems to like latch on to the things she said when she was just so upset and traumatized by what he had said previous to hitting that record button. Instead, people latch onto that instead of the things she said, like, I'm not going to lie for you, and you just threatened my children.
Yeah, they didn't listen to none of that.
Blackmailing her by saying, I'm going to put these probate records out of your kids from, 8 years ago or 7 years, whatever it was, like years ago. I'm going to put these out if you don't do what I want. That's blackmail. That's illegal. And just so everyone's aware, he currently still threatens people to this day. It was just over a week and a half ago he was doing it to someone else. And so what he does is he'll say, you just wait till, listen to what I have to say. Like, it's not a direct threat, but it's his way of getting around it as a threat. And I hate to burst his bubble, but a jury will most certainly see it as a threat, whether he wants it, whether he's trying to get around it by not directly threatening or not. Because what he'll do is he'll call instead and say, do you want to be in a blog? Do you know what I can do to you? Do you know who I am? All the same lines he uses on numerous people. Like, what? Like, that only works, right? Like, that kind of blackmail only works, like, if you're afraid. If you
Look, I don't care for JLR. I don't care for him one bit. But I was hoping, so hoping, because if anybody would go back and take Turtle Boy on, it would be JLR. But JLR does things like Turtle Boy does, dirty behind the scenes. Yeah. So I was hoping that JLR, people would be pushing stuff about Turtle Boy. Maybe he still will. I don't know.
I don't know JLR, but I was actually glad somebody could sort of give him a taste of his own damn medicine for once. And of course, he the contradictory stuff, like, you're calling JLR prison boy, but you just got out of prison. You're saying to him, what are you afraid of a woman, as your girlfriend was pushing him, but you went into court and claimed you were afraid of 2 separate women. Like, we all know he's not afraid of Kate. He did that to get back at Kate. Like,
exactly.
But you went into a court and said you were afraid of a woman, sir. So who are you to say anything to anybody else? Like,
and honestly, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I don't understand why he's even allowed at the courthouse for this trial, considering he's facing many felony charges behind things he's done as a result of Karen Reed's case.
Agreed. And I think you'll see that something's going to be done about that, at least the named witnesses that he has tried to intimidate.
Yeah.
And probably.
I hope so.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, me too. But I just have this sort of feeling that you'll see something on that. But it's, for me, it's like, anybody who he's doing this to, it only holds power if you let it, right? Like, the threats only hold power if you let it. Like, that's how he sort of controls what he wants to control is by being like, well, I'll ruin your life. I'll publish all this nonsense about you, like whether it's true or not. And what he does is he takes the small things in your life, like my old criminal record, and goes, she's a criminal. Buddy, hi, me over here, the person that got sober. I changed my life around, and I've never been convicted of a crime a day in my life. Any of the cases I had were dismissed. Never been convicted, so you can't call someone a criminal that's never been convicted of a crime there, bub. Number one. Number two, I had my record sealed about, I want to say like 7 or 8 years ago. And I worked in a prison since. I had to pass 2 background checks for that. So I went from being someone who was in a prison for probation violations to working in a prison. So I will not allow someone to take that and sort of shame me for anywhere I came in life, because I've done a lot since I got sober to not just help me, but other people. And like, I do things because it's the right thing to do. I would like to know what one thing he has done for his community or any one person, just out of the kindness of his heart, because I don't think he can name even one.
I don't.
Unless it's about himself, because everything with him is me. Aren't I great? Aren't I awesome? Me. I like First Amendment rights, but I don't like them when Grant has them. I don't like that he has stickers on his computer. Why should he have stickers? Those are political. No, they're your First Amendment rights there, bub.
But that was all he could come up with. I seen the clips of that. I don't watch him unless I'm gonna, I'm just keeping notes because I'm gonna end up review him again. But I get messages when I'm gonna talk about him. People are like, "Are you gonna talk about him? Don't do it. Don't do it. You better not." So then it just makes me dig deeper. Yeah.
Right. Me too. Just makes me dig deeper at that point. And it's like, I think, a lot of people just started following this around the time that the Karen Reed case came about. So they aren't aware of all of the things that happened previous to that and all the patterns of behavior of literally making evidence up and bringing it into court, which he's currently doing and has done in 2 other cases that we can at least prove. Yep. So, and especially the one with Ryan Waters, which was not only proven, like we have his own words, like doing it. So like, I'm like, if nobody sees that and doesn't see a problem with it, you got someone talking about loyalty yesterday who's been cheating on his wife for years and lying about it, lying to the world that like, oh, they were separated. They were never separated, which is why when she found out publicly he got someone else pregnant, she threw him out the house. So there was no she doesn't care what I do, right? Like that's not a thing. But you can't sit there and claim loyalty when you've never been loyal to one single person a day in your goddamn life. Like you don't even know what the hell that means. Like,
what is it? What is it with these little troll men that these women are attracted to? Him, Dolly, they look like little garden gnomes, little trolls. What is it?
I mean, I think it's like at first they come off very charismatic and I mean, let's get real. Abusers, it doesn't have to be, and I like to point this out because some people seem to think that you have to be like beat relentlessly for it to be abuse. Like my abuser was physical, but I promise you, abuse is not just physical. It is mental and emotional and coercive control. And coercive control is in the law in many, many states because of how abusive it is. The gaslighting and all that. But he's more of a mental and emotional abuser where he did put his hands on Lindsay. She wasn't like injured. So he seems to think that like not admitting to the world that he like grabbed her by the wrist, spun her around, pushed her onto the couch to try to take these notes back. She shoved down her shirt is like, if he just says he didn't do it, it magically didn't happen. Like it did happen. And it is abuse, whether she was injured or not injured. It's unwanted touch, right? Like
put your hands on someone.
You put your hands on someone, right? Like he'll never admit it. It'll never happen. You will never see him take responsibility for anything, not anything. Not, I said this wrong thing about someone and I just want to retract it. Like if you get something wrong, maybe you should tell the world like, hey, I got that wrong. Like, just saying, like, if you're going to scream from the rooftops that something happened and then it didn't, like, for instance, the pictures that someone else took that I did not take, Deanna Corby took those pictures and then admitted it to me later on, which I have the messages of. But even up until like 3 weeks ago, he was still saying I took those pictures that I had nothing to do with and knew nothing about and demanding it, in messages to me that like, I stop lying about it. Like, bro, and then telling me at evidence, I'm like, you can't have evidence of something that I never did. It's like not possible. Like, and I just kept calling me a liar. I'm like, you can call me a liar as many times as you want. Like, it doesn't actually make me a liar. Like, sorry to tell you. And that's the point. It's like, he thinks if he just repeats things to the mob so many times that it just magically makes it true. Like, and that's not how it works. Like, you can say something a million times, doesn't make it true. dude. Like, it doesn't make it true. So it's like, you can keep saying every person is a scammer or a grifter or a criminal or a bad person. But the people that know these people, like, for instance, you want to take Kim Fair. Kim Fair is an amazing person. I just want to throw that out there. She's an amazing person. She's an amazing friend. She would do anything for anyone at any time. And those are the type of people like you want to have as a friend. That's a loyal, kind, amazing friend that I am lucky to have. And he attacked her relentlessly, dude. Relentlessly. Like, just all this straight nonsense. Like, you can call a million people a million names, dude. But the bottom line is the people who know them the best. Like, I literally got a message from someone I've known like my entire life. Like, I literally have known them since I was a kid. And like, hey, I'm watching this live stream of him, and he's talking shit about you, but it's like just shit with no substance. And clearly he doesn't know you, does he? And I'm like, no, not really. And they're like, yeah, because the shit he's saying, like, you couldn't pay me to believe it. Like, it doesn't make sense. And I know you, so I know all those things are not true. Like, especially things that like he was claiming happened around the time like that I had like my criminal record. This person's like, dude, I was there. Like, I know that's not true. And I'm like, well, this is what he does though. Like, this is what he does. Like, it's like, maybe make a living out of like helping instead of hurting, right? Like, why would you be proud at 40 something years old to be running around like a child, slandering and defaming people? And he doesn't. So what he does is someone messages him and says, I know something about this person. I've known this person, for instance, me. I've known her for 20 years. She's a bad person. The person who claimed they knew me for 20 years, I haven't seen in 20 years. I have not seen that person since I was probably 18 or 19 years old.
Wow.
So you don't know me, but you don't even know where I live. You don't know my children's names. Like, you, what? You don't know me. You know of me. You knew me when I was 19. And I'm sorry, but if you haven't changed from the time that you were 19 till now,
Oh, Lord, I sure have.
I would be concerned, right? Like, nobody is the same teenage kid they were. I'm certainly not the same person I was when I was 19 or even 25. I'm 37. Like,
I was so careless back then and so carefree.
Right.
No worries, you know, young and dumb and living life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
Can't do that now. I'm 60. I can't do that now.
but you know what I mean? If you're the same person you were back then, I'd be concerned. Like, you know what I mean? You learn to grow, right? And learn and get better and be better, right? As a person. Like, and I'm not going to sit there and allow someone to just defame, slander, and talk bad about people who I know are kind, awesome people. Like, for instance, some people don't like Grant. That's cool. You don't like Grant. Grant's never done me wrong. Some people don't like Mike from the Young Jerks. Like, cool. You don't have to like him, but don't expect me to adopt your opinion of him, right? Like, my opinion on anyone is what I have if I've met them. I can't make an opinion on somebody based on a keyboard. Unless you're just a really vile person that's like, you know, typing away vile BS that's been spewed as another lie and stating it as fact, then like, yeah, my opinion of you is not that great because you're just spewing lies and just repeating them over and over like a parrot. But
how much, do you think that any of the Turtle Boy crap is going to be brought into trial?
So it's not, so the judge only said it could only be if it was brought, like, so say for instance they asked a question and a witness like answered it like naturally as part of their answer, that is the only way it sort of can be brought in.
Well, if I was the state, I'd be making it up somehow, making it up.
Well, you can't, you gotta wait for the witnesses, but if I was the defense, I wouldn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, hell no.
I wouldn't want to touch that at all.
But bringing in Colin could open up the door because of what they did to that poor kid.
It could, but they have to ask a question that sort of like pertains to it for someone to like answer it that way, you know? Like,
the state needs to ask a question. He needs to actually step it up and ask some, because he's missed some points that he could have made with with previous witnesses, big time.
Yeah, I've written down some that I thought he definitely could have made. Like I mean, I knew Chris was going to be testifying today before like anybody knew. And I knew he would do just fine. Like, there's nothing. Here's the thing, and I've said this to many people, including Lindsay. Like, you have the truth on your side, right? So you don't have to worry about remembering your lies, right? Like, all you have to do is sort of tell the truth. That's it. And let the chips fall where they may. You don't have to worry about catching up with lies like other people. Like, so it's like all these witnesses have to do is tell the truth to the best of their recollection. And it was 2 years ago. So some things they're just not going to remember, like things that they remembered right away and that they testified to way back when, over a year ago, like they may not remember today. But that's why they're supposed to, like, if they're asking you about something you testified to previously, they're supposed to hand you the paper where you wrote like whatever your answer was and say, does this refresh your memory? Right? Like, because you may not remember until you read that. And then you might recollect like, oh yeah, I remember now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I think some of the small details, maybe they aren't going to remember. Like Chris may not remember whether Colin woke him up or not. Like, of course, anybody's going to try, like that whole side's about, oh, he lied. See, he lied. It's 2 years ago. Like it's 2 years ago. Like he just said he dozed off. So I'm guessing what happened is he dozed off. Colin, like, you know, came in the room and said goodnight. And then like he went and fell back to sleep. So it's like, it's not after he was asleep and then woken up. It's he was dozing off, was woken up, and then went back to sleep. So it's like, how is he? First of all, when you fall asleep, like, I don't know how many minutes it's been since I fell asleep, whether it was 1 minute or 20 minutes. Like, I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't freaking know. Like, and how do I know if I get woken up? Like, for instance, last night, I told my husband he wasn't allowed to open these boxes anymore. Okay, you guys, these Entenmann's boxes, because what he was doing was, instead of opening it, you know, easily from the front and side, he was like sort of ripping the side. So these like flaps wouldn't go down. And so like the stuff would go bad if I didn't put it into a different bag. And so I told him he wasn't allowed to open them anymore. Right. And I guess when he passed by the bathroom, I was still awake, sort of watching TV. And he came into the room and he hands me this and he goes, you said I wasn't allowed to open it. And I was like, I did say that. And, but he had like sort of woken me up and I'm like, he's like, you were just awake 5 minutes ago when I went to the bathroom. And I'm like, he's like, not even 5 minutes ago. And I'm like, I was. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, I was only asleep. There's no way I was only asleep for 5 minutes.
Did they go to lunch or was it just their morning break? If
I don't freaking know.
They went to lunch. Oh, Thursday's half days, isn't it?
It is, but it's only till 1. So I don't know. They said it was going to be a short break. So unless they have like an issue happening, I'm not really sure. Like,
yeah, I thought it was just going to be their 10-15 minute morning break. I didn't think it would be lunch so early, but she didn't make that clear, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, up. Hold on. We're missing something here. Hold on.
That day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall.
Why is it doing that? Did it just like pause itself out of nowhere? I'm confused. It must have. I had it running the entire time, so I don't know what the hell happened.
Yeah, it's not showing up on mine. It didn't show up on mine either. I mean,
right. So, I mean, that's weird. I don't know. I mean, well, we missed quite a bit, but we'll play it. So, all right. I saw you guys. I had it running the entire time, so I don't know what the hell was going on here. All right, so it's like right about here-ish. And then the judge is going to come back, so. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. Like, but I didn't know I was asleep for only 5 minutes is the point. Like, I had no idea. I could have sworn to God I was, you know, asleep for longer than that. Obviously not. But I wanted to make sure this would close properly so the donuts didn't go bad, all right? Like...
It won't let me
Anybody
switch to all of that.
34-year-old toddler. Like,
no, I have a 63-year-old one.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like little toddler. It's okay. Yeah, no. So I don't kick people out of my channel unless it's personal attacks.
Why is it not playing?
I don't know. You can have a different opinion than me, but I don't kick people out unless it's
right there.
I can hear it coming back.
Yeah, but it's not playing on your link.
Hold on.
There we go.
There it is. Yeah, I don't know. Oh.
Thank you. Please be seated, close your eyes.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
May we approach before the next witness is called, Your Honor?
Okay.
Wait a minute, they're not calling him back to the stand?
No, they were done with him. They did redirect and they were done.
Oh,
I mean, later on, they can, you know. Oh, you're so welcome for last night or yesterday. I guess we'll call it not last night, but yesterday. Exactly.
All right, so Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
We'll call Miss Julie Albert to the stand.
Okay.
Please make standing ovation. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now here should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Julie Albert, Albert.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
And how long have you lived with us?
A little over 2 years,
And how long in total have you lived in Canton?
my whole life, 48 years.
And where did you live just prior to living on Maple?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows Avenue?
Oh, 15 plus 20 years, about 20 years.
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And your 3 boys, how old are they?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them, where do they live? Do they live with you?
They all live with me, yes.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes,
What does he do?
he owns a restaurant in Canton,
What's the name of the restaurant?
D&E Pizza,
And where is that located?
618 Washington Street.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe to the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses were on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And while you were living on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there's 2 houses. There was 2 houses between John's house and my house.
And if you recall, about how long did you know John O'Keefe, or when did he move into Meadows?
I think he moved in 2017-ish, maybe. And I've probably known him since maybe 2019.
And how would you describe sort of your relationship with John?
We were friendly. We were neighbors. You know, I'd see him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street. And we were friendly.
And in addition to you knowing Mr. O'Keefe, were there other sort of people that that knew you that also knew him?
Yes, yes.
Who were some of those?
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
Now, you knew that John had 2 children that he was guardian for?
Yes,
And you were familiar with both his niece and his nephew?
yes.
Now, at some point through Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know somebody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
When about was it that you met Ms.
Maybe in like 2021, like, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
Yes, between her lawyers right over there.
That's a record of like identification
Okay.
by the witness. Now, on some social occasions that you were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Is that something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Reed wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Reed separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
Friday.
And what, if anything, did you have plans for that particular evening?
The next day was my nephew's birthday. So we were a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before, to a bar in Canton.
By the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how old was he turning, or how, well, let me start with this. How old is he now?
He's 24.
So just turned 24 a few months ago?
January, yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
When we say we had plans to sort of go out, who was the we?
Myself, his mother, Nicole, my niece, Caitlin, and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friends?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is she related to you?
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
So your husband Christopher has a brother?
Brian.
Brian, okay. That would be sort of
Brian Sr.
for lack
Yep.
of a better term.
Yep.
Your husband Christopher, how many siblings does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest?
The oldest, yes.
And so there were plans to go out that evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
of? Is Waterfalls, where is it?
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
And from your husband's pizza shop at P&E to the Waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the street or?
No, opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the Waterfall first or somewhere else, or if you know?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And do you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law live?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there.
Your sister-in-law, Nicole, was she there?
Yeah, she was ready to leave. Yep.
And when you left, I'm using sort of you in the plural. So you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece. And Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian, for whom you had initially made the plans to go out to celebrate, didn't end up coming?
Correct.
And why was that? If you know.
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know about what time was it that you picked your sister-in-law and your niece up and then went to work?
I don't remember exactly, but I would probably say between maybe 7:30 and 8, 7:30, like around 7:30 maybe.
And you arrive at the waterfall, you go in. If you could just explain for the jury sort of when you walk into the door of the waterfall, where was it that the three of you went?
When you walk into the door, there's a couple high top tables, long high top tables in front of you. And we just sat down at a high top table right when you walk through the door.
Now, from your experience either that evening or prior evenings, on certain nights, does the waterfall have any kind of sort of entertainment?
Yeah, they always have, every week's different. They have bands.
And from your recollection, was there a band there that night?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall where you were seated in relation to the band?
I was sitting at the end of the high top table closest to the door that you walk in. And the band was to the right of me against a wall and kind of like an alcove, like a little against the wall.
And when you went there, was the band already sort of set up and playing, or did that happen later?
I think they set up while we were there. I think.
And so initially when you go there, do you go there and just have drinks, or did you eat something, or what?
We ate, and yeah.
And while you were there, as far as during sort of the meal portion of it, was there anyone else that joined you?
I know my niece's boyfriend, Tristan Morris, came. I don't remember exactly when it was during that, but I know he was there. And then during the meal part, I don't think during the meal part anyone else, I don't think.
So you recall, as far as the meal part was concerned, it's you, your sister-in-law Nicole, your niece Caitlin, and her boyfriend Tristan.
Correct.
And Mr. Morris, did he stay for any extended period of time, or when was it that he left?
I know he stayed for a little bit, but I honestly can't remember what time exactly he left.
Now, your husband, was he working on that day?
Yes, he was.
And had you been in communication with him as to where you were going to be?
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the waterfall when he was done with work?
Correct, yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the waterfall?
Maybe not 9:30, 10, maybe. I don't remember
want you to
exactly.
guess, just
Yeah.
you know approximate time.
Yeah.
So at some time around 9:30 or so, your husband Christopher comes over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got
I
there?
came in, yeah.
He came in, did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
Yeah, probably ordered a drink and just stood by the table, I would think.
And you and the people in your group, were you drinking that night?
Yes.
What is it? Do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
And your husband, do you recall specifically what he had that night?
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink when he
Yes.
was out?
Yes.
And your sister-in-law, Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw, a White Claw.
And same question with regard to your niece, Kate.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
Now, while you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct? And
Is that yes?
you know.
Yes.
Thank you. You just have to answer obviously. So, did you know Mr. Higgins as well?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
So you knew him just sort of through your brother-in-law, Brian, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband Christopher arrived?
I don't recall.
At some point after, correct?
Yes.
Then after they arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in your group?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe. And there was a couple, I don't even know their name, Colakitis. They arrived. I don't know their first names. And John and Karen arrived shortly after that.
And just so we can clear up people, as far as Jennifer McCabe, you've already mentioned her, and Matthew, was that her husband?
Yes.
And the other couple that you were talking about, or sort of guessing their names, have you ever met them before?
No. Nope.
Not anybody that you're particularly friends with or anything like that?
No. I know them, who they are, from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but I've never been introduced to them. No.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to what?
If they were at like a basketball game and I was at a game, like I've just seen them around. I'm assuming probably sporting events, probably a basketball game.
And I'm sure it's pretty well understood with this. I just want to clarify. So when you say sporting events, these are kids' sporting events?
Kids' sporting events, yes.
And so which kids' sporting events would you be at that you would see this couple that you didn't know? Your kids or something?
No, Jennifer McCabe's kids.
Okay. So you would go to sporting events for Jennifer McCabe's kids and see this couple?
Yes.
And if you know about how long after this Brian Albert and Mr. Higgins arrived, did the McCabe's and this other couple arrive?
I don't remember exactly.
But after Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now then, you mentioned Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in at some point as well?
So you
And-
have to make sure you say yes or no, okay? And the other thing you say, I assume or I guess, don't answer. If you don't know, you don't.
Okay.
And if you know, about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Before 11 o'clock?
Okay. And with reference to when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, came into the waterfall, where were you in relation to sort of the high top table that you were describing?
I was at the top of the high top table closest to the door.
And when they came in, where did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant go?
John walked in and said hello and kept on walking, I think, to the bar. And Karen came in and stopped at the table to talk for a minute.
And during the time that she stopped at the table to talk for a minute, what, if anything, did she do?
She opened her jacket and had a glass and pulled the glass out and started drinking the drink.
And as far as the drink in the glass, what, if anything, did you observe as far as color or anything like that?
Clear.
And the glass that she had, could you see, so the clear liquid inside it, how much of the glass was full of that?
I don't recall.
And she placed it on the table, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I think I laughed and said, made a comment like, you're crazy or something, just because she walked in with the glass.
Did you know where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been coming from prior to them getting to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
CF McCarthy's.
You're familiar with that establishment?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to the waterfall?
It's maybe 200 steps right next to my husband's restaurant.
So on the same side of?
Opposite side. Opposite side.
On the same side of Washington Street as your husband's restaurant?
Yes.
In the same vicinity from D&E to Waterfall, CF
Yes.
Water?
Yes.
Now, over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe? He was at a bar, he had something to drink, is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to observe what, if anything, Mr. O'Keefe was drinking?
No, I don't believe. I left very shortly after they got there.
And so you left fairly shortly after they arrived?
Yes,
And if you know, about how much time are we talking?
maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And why is it that you left?
I had a terrible migraine.
From the band being so close?
Yes,
And when you left, where did you go?
home.
And when you got home, as far as your children on that evening, who was home, who was out? If you know?
My youngest son was home, and my oldest son didn't live at home. He lived in California at the time. And my middle son was not home.
And so your oldest son, Christopher, he was in the Navy at that point?
He was in the Navy, and he was stationed in San Diego, yes.
And so your middle son, Colin, he was out. Did you know where he was?
Yes, he was at, I believe, his friend Michael Leonetti's house.
And at some point, did you learn that Colin had gone from that person's house to somewhere else?
Yes,
Is this him communicating with you?
yes,
And that other place that he went to, do you know where that was?
yes. My brother and sister-in-laws, Nicole and Brian Albert's house on Fairview Road.
And was that in relation to your nephew and his birthday?
Yes.
Now, while you were, if I could take it back to the waterfall just for a second. So while you were at the waterfall, obviously you see Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come in. Do you recall what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I know he had a hat on, he had jeans on, and he had something with a hood.
And from your observations, did you ever see him with like a winter coat or a jacket or anything like that?
I did not.
And with regard to the clothing that you observed him wearing, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of that clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything?
Nothing.
Now, with reference to your group as far as at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on there?
Just normal. I thought it was just normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no sort of arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
Nope, nothing.
And specifically to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, while you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, did you observe anything as far as any arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now, at the time, so during that time between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the table to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
And was it during that period of time that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
During the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down sort of your end of the table, what, if anything, was discussed as far as sort of where to go, what to do after the war?
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night, if we're hungry.
And was that something that you had discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on a prior day?
I believe we discussed just that we went there once, and we said next time she'll have to come with us.
Was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said, talk to Chris, because I wasn't going to do it.
And is that something that she mentioned over the course of that evening, once, more than once, or something?
Just once to me.
So when you get home, at some point, the rest of your family came home. Who came home first? Your husband, Christopher, or your son, Colin?
My husband.
You know about what time that was?
I want to say about after 12, maybe 12:10, around there.
So sometime around 12:10?
Sometime around 12:10, yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall specifically about when your husband, Christopher, came?
He came upstairs to my room. He was shivering because it was cold out. And he immediately went to the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son, Colin, have you been in communication with him over the evening?
Yes.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son called?
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waiting up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is that sort of common practice?
Yes. I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did that happen on this occasion?
Yes.
And so Colin came into your room at some point?
Yep, he came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room and he came upstairs, did you have occasion to observe him as far as talk to him, obviously?
Yes, we talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better. And yeah, we talked for a moment.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin, similar to what I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on your son, Colin?
None.
And fair to say the next day, at some point, you talked to and had interaction with your son?
Yes.
What, if any, injuries or anything did you observe?
None. None.
So I know this is sort of hard, so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question before answering, okay? Thank you.
Now, after your son Colin came home, and you eventually went to bed, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, the Saturday morning of the 29th, about what time was it that you woke up?
I woke up about 8-ish.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday it was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to him this birthday?
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him 6 donuts and I bring them to the house and I leave them there with a card before he gets up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
And is that what your intention was on this morning as well?
Yes.
Is that what you did on that?
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call from my friend Jen McCabe.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to the missed call as to what time that missed call had come in?
It was 5:55 maybe.
So sometime earlier in the morning.
Early morning, yes.
And beyond the missed call, was there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And not from Ms. McKay, correct?
Correct.
And not from anybody else?
Correct.
And at any point in time on that morning over the phone, did you speak with Ms. McKay?
No, I did not.
And did you call her? So you didn't call her back or anything like that?
I did not.
And so after you wake up, at some point you go to Dunkin' Donuts and get the 6 donuts?
Yes.
And where did you go with those?
I drove to 34 Fairview.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park in relation to the house?
I pulled into the driveway.
And when you came up to the house and you were driving to the house at this point, what was the weather like?
It was coming down. The snow was coming down pretty good.
And with reference to the house, what, if anything, did you notice out of the ordinary with regard to the house or the street or anything else?
Jennifer McCabe's car was in the driveway.
And
as far as any other vehicles on the street or anything like that? What was going on at that point?
I don't recall. I don't.
Nothing you can recall?
No.
About what time was this that you got there?
8:30, 9 o'clock. 8:30. Around that.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway, what did you do?
I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me to leave the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car. And Brian Albert came to the door. Brian Albert Sr. came to the door and he told me to come in, asked me to come in for a second. And I said that I didn't need to. And he said, I'm just leaving this gift for Brian Jr. And he said, no, just come in for a second. So I went into the house.
And when you walk into 34 Fairview Road on that morning, who, if anyone else was there?
Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe.
And where were they in relation to the house?
In the kitchen.
And what, if anything, did they tell you at that time?
When I first walked in, nothing. Everyone was just sitting there and I was looking around and everyone was visibly upset. And I asked what's going on. And another maybe 30 seconds went by and Jen said, something's happened to John. And I said, John, she said, John O'Keefe. And I said, is he okay?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
I said, is he okay? And she said, we don't know. And that was that.
And after hearing that information, how long were you at your brother and sister-in-law's house that night?
Probably about half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
And where did you go from there?
I went home to wake my husband up to let him know what had happened.
And at some point after you go home and wake up your husband, where did you and your husband go?
We went back to third. I woke up my husband, told him what had happened, and we went back to Fairview.
And so the second time that you had gone back to Fairview, how long a period of time were you there that time?
I would say probably half hour, not long.
And then after that half hour or so, where'd you go after that?
Back home to my house.
Now, during either of those occasions when you were at 34 Fairview Road on the morning of the 29th, you had occasion to talk and observe Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Yes.
And similar to questions that I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and your son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything out of place did you note with respect to Brian Albert Sr.?
Nothing that I saw.
And, same question with respect to Mr. Higgins, as far as you made observations and spoke at least in the same room as him on that morning?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries or anything else on Mr. Higgins?
Nothing.
When you woke up your husband that next morning, your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regard to when you went to Fairview, came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
I don't remember.
You recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did either of your sons come back with you to Fairview Road that day?
No, they did not.
And do you recall whether or not either Colin or Dylan was awake when you left the second time to go to Fairview?
I don't.
At some point, a few days after this, did you have occasion to meet with a couple troopers from the state police?
Yes, I did. They came to my home.
When you say they, how many of them came to you?
There were two.
And you spoke to them that day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall, everything you just.
Yes, I did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just one last question. When you, Mrs. Albert, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the home or anything about the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening before when you were there?
Nothing.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to pick up on a question that, and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
I don't
It was February 10th of 2022 that two state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the two investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, and when you say you knew them.
Him. I'm sorry, him.
Okay. And who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialize with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection. Hold to strike.
All right, I'll see you on sidebar on this, Ms. Giannetti. Everybody.
Sidebar, partake in whatever you partake in time.
Right? Absolutely, Eric. We will say prayers for your mom. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Absolutely.
That's a tough situation to be in, especially having to watch one of your parents be sick. My grandmother was like a mom to me, and she had COPD, kind of like Heels, and congestive heart failure, and it was really hard to watch. So I know that's like all too well.
Went through that with my mom. Prayers and strength to you, Meg, Eric. It's not easy to go through.
No, it's not. And that's why I try to check in on people like periodically. Like, I know they know that I'm there in case they need me, but like, I'm there in case you need me. Let me just reiterate. Like, oftentimes people will reach out, but then I feel like sometimes people feel like they're bothering me. You're not bothering me. People reach out all the time, so you wouldn't be the only one, right? So you're not bothering me if you need to talk or just need to vent or just need someone to like cry on the phone to. Like, you're not bothering me, believe me.
I try to block out the last time I got to talk to my mom because she didn't even know who I was.
Right.
She didn't. It was, so I try not to think about that and just try to think about her. And I had to get a new phone, which broke my heart because I still had my mother's answering machine message on my phone, and I
Ugh.
would all the time. And
Yeah, I had my dad, like the ones from my dad that I kept for like ever until I couldn't keep them anymore on my voicemail.
my phone came apart in pieces, so there was no retrieve anything from it. And that is one thing that I didn't put in the cloud, and I don't know why I never did.
I didn't have the option back then. My dad died way back, and
it was
like,
just the first stuff you could add. That's what
yeah.
that people told me you could. Yeah, my mom, she was 86.
Good, bless her heart.
Yeah.
Bless her heart. OD. Who said it was nobody OD'd? What?
Hmm?
People die without ODing, you know. No, nobody
No,
OD'd.
no, nobody, not that I know of, nobody.
Not today, at least. I mean, I know people who have died that way, but no. No.
See, this is why I don't do true crime. I don't know what I am. I'm just a channel. I do whatever
We'll
floats
just
my boat.
assume. Yeah,
But
whatever floats your biz out, you know.
I have too much of this hits home. I come from a big family. My mom had 13 kids. Everybody
Yeah.
got married. Everybody had multiple babies. Their babies are having babies. Their babies' babies are having babies.
Having babies, right.
So I can touch base with a lot of the things that have happened, and sometimes that's not a good thing, you know? Like
Well,
with the
I mean,
missing.
it's life experience, you know.
Yeah, that tears me up. Now, the missing, because my nephew went missing, we got no help. Law enforcement did practically nothing until they found his remains a year later. And then they went and
Right.
did something, you know. But, you know, he was
I
20.
mean, I had a friend who went missing as well. I've done the stream on him. My friend Miguel, he was also my roommate, is my friend's boyfriend and my roommate. And he's still yet to be found, and he went missing in 2006. So I know what that's like all too well.
And we had asked them, he was found right around the corner. We had asked them to look there they could get access to that garage. We could not when we were doing searches. We couldn't get a hold of the new owner. And we were under the understanding that they had searched the house and the garage, and they never did. They never did.
Of course not. You hold this down for a second. I just got to take this phone call.
Okay, guys, what do you think so far? Is it driving you crazy with the monotonous questions? I don't know. I'm trying to think of what Heels would say. She'd be. Look at Karen. She's so smug.
What is that? What is that noise in the background? What is happening?
I don't hear it. I don't hear any. I don't hear anything. Or they say.
I figured it out. It was my background noise.
You provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children.
Objection.
What
Need a
does that
time
have?
frame, Mr.
Have you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Before January of 2022, did you provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes.
When?
2019. 2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer.
Okay.
And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
The Proctor family entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
You know that Michael Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton?
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
And you were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection. Move to strike.
That objection sustained.
But you go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
May we approach?
Sure.
Sidebar. Noab's given you're in recovery and saying you can call for help anytime, reach out. It kind of just was sounding like that. Just was a question. Oh, okay. All right. I don't know. But no, as far, this is about the Karen retrial and Neil's, but no, there was nothing like that. Sidebars drive me crazy. I want to know what they're saying. I wonder if the jury gets to hears any of it and what they think. I want to know what they're saying. I think the jury's likely getting a bit tired out insofar as it's not clear what either side is driving at, except vaguely. Judge likely going to let them go soon for half a day and resume cross tomorrow. I thought Fridays was off. They're not taking Fridays off now? I don't know. But I get where I know where he's, I think where he's going is he continues to lay the groundwork, the foundation of them all being close friends and all them, covering this up and, setting up Karen. Though I don't think that's what happened. That's what they've been running with. And I think that's the foundation they're laying is they all, they've been dishonest. They've all known each other. They've all been friends. They're trying to, like I said, put the foundation. Hey, Dreamboat. Yeah, ours too, Dreamboat. Oh, my dog is literally laying there crying and he doesn't need anything. Oh, spoiledness. The entitlement. Another long sidebar. The last one was long too. She needs, Karen, you need to connect with the jury. You need to show that you have screen froze. Your froze twisted.
How many times have you been to the Proctor's pool?
Say maybe a dozen.
And you've certainly taken your children there as well?
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
Again, foundation. You froze again, Twisted. Or they take it. Well, maybe not. Maybe they're just. No, I think you froze again. Yeah. The screen froze. I don't know. Let me type it in chat. Maybe she'll see it. I know she was taking a call. What the heck was that? Oh my God, that little lizard made that big sound. Jeez. But I think the screen's frozen. Okay, said she'll be right back. Don't pee. Okay, so we're going to talk while the screen is frozen. I don't know if y'all can hear me. But apparently there's a lot of technical difficulties today, which I'm so over the StreamYard YouTube stuff. So what do you guys think so far? This line of questioning is repetitive and boring, I know. Probably putting the jury to sleep, but they're using it to lay their foundation. We got you jumping. Yeah, that's freaking me out. This little tiny lizard just sounded like something was coming through the screen. I look up and it's this little tiny lizard. And dude, move on, because if my cat gets a hold of you, you're history. So save your own life and get on out the door the way you came in. I feel bad for these little lizards, but anyway. We're frozen. I can't do anything about it either. But I wonder if she's going to be the last witness.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
How would you define very?
Well, I guess I'd ask you to define very close. Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead, repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
Yes.
You text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone.
Very rarely.
Is it fair to? Did you say very rarely you talk
Phone.
to Courtney Proctor by phone?
Usually it's text.
But do you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame? Do you mean now?
Testing.
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
Answered.
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
May I approach?
Sure.
Before I approach,
Mhm.
your memory's exhausted as to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
I mean,
Sure.
I'm showing you a document with a number of.
Just show it to us.
Right, no, I just wanted to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was going to say a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st, 2022.
Can you see that, or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well, if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like. the
Mr.
middle-
Yannetti, just bring them up,
Sorry.
please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are we frozen again? No?
It's the third line down.
Third line down.
Yeah,
Yes,
I don't know
see
why
it.
it keeps
just-
doing
I
that,
don't-
like on its own.
I don't recall. This
Okay.
was a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for.
Don't, it does not refresh your memory. That's where you have to.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's
She
arrest?
can testify
on
to what
February
Courtney
1st,
Proctor told her.
That she had been
That's-
discussing the case with her brother
Objection?
that day?
Objection.
Riley? Yep, there it is. Can't
Did you
testify
speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st, of 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case
Objection.
with her brother?
Objection. Can't say
Were
what she
you
said.
notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you discuss?
I don't recall.
Good.
The next day.
I mean, how is she gonna remember that?
February 2nd of 2022.
She can't even remember the phone
was
call
the
really,
day
so.
that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, Annie.
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes.
This case involved your family, did it not?
How do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily, your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
Well, yes. Yes.
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but
okay.
Yeah.
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
not necessarily.
No, I mean, clearly, you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about it, correct?
Objection.
Interesting. So folks, why don't we end here?
He's trying to force her to say she talked to Courtney Proctor about it. Like, that's not the way it works.
Back tomorrow for your classes. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. I'll see counsel inside our other jurors. So thank you very much.
Jurors is closing your notebooks and leaving.
Interesting. All right. He's trying to get her to admit that, like, she talked to Courtney Proctor about it, trying to establish a relationship between Courtney Proctor and Trooper Proctor and her. Which, like, what is that smug? Does anybody see that smug look? I'm sorry. Like,
Look at her like, yeah, we got you. We did it.
like, what the hell is that, dude? Like, the smug look of like, oh, we're bringing up the Proctor. I'm sorry, but like, that's just not a good look, dude. Like, the whole world can see your face, dude. Like, I've never seen a defendant do that. Like, I've never seen it. Like, I've seen like cold-blooded murderers not even be able to make a face, just poker face. Like, she's more than happy to smirk if she thinks like something was good for her. Like, and I don't think she realizes it's like the jury, it's well established that some of these people know each other. They grew up in a small town, so they know each other. There's nothing crazy about knowing each other, being out in public with friends or acquaintances. Like, that, nothing nefarious about that. So, like, I think she's sort of misinterpreting the fact that, like, because they're throwing a conspiracy theory out here, that it's some giant conspiracy theory, like that the jury is buying it. I just don't think the jury would be buying this. Like, if I'm a juror, I'm picking up on different things here. And like, the only thing that, like, as a juror, I might think is a little weird is like, can Chris remember or not? Like, whether it was 10 minutes or 15 minutes after Colin woke him up, or did he wake him up, or did he just get him out of a doze? Like, maybe like some, like, other than that though, like, there's other people who are going to testify to where Colin was. He was not at the house when Karen and John arrived. So for them to even go down this road is awfully stupid, since they know that there's evidence to prove Colin was not there. So like, that throws away one part of their quote unquote theory. And I think that's why they're trying to bring in like Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. So if the Colin thing doesn't work, they can sort of point to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Like, again, not going to work, but nice try. Like,
That's what I said. I thought he was, they've been laying the foundation all along for this, that they are all really good friends. So of course they're covering this up, and they're going to just pick Karen out of everybody in that town to blame this on.
Right.
And this big cover up thing for her. It's insane. There was such easy ways to get out of this. They wouldn't even had to go there.
Right. Like, what the hell? Like, this is just crazy to me. Like,
I mean, you would have thought if they were just trying to get her at fault for this, then they would have surrounded her and stayed surrounded by her, because that could have, it could have been handled so much. It just, it would have been easier.
Right.
I don't even know how to put it because it's like, come on. I mean, you got to see common sense sometimes.
Ugh, annoying. Like,
They would,
also, I don't know what the deal is with Law and Crime, but it kept like pausing on its own, like on its own, like out of nowhere. Like, what the heck? Like,
I have no idea if it's them, if it's StreamYards and YouTube, but
yeah, I mean, it was that. It wasn't StreamYard. I could tell just by the way it was doing. But like, what the heck is the Adam Montgomery stuff still on right now? The sentencing.
well, yeah, I seen it posted where he.
Here it
he
is, right
was-
here. Hold on. I think I found it. Oh, all the stupid damn commercials. Dude, they're just annoying.
Yeah, I don't. I get him too. Duke, you are not. He got that lizard, and now he's got another one. Duke, leave the lizards alone. Thank gosh the kids are in school because I'd be having funerals all day.
Right.
Well, they're
Like,
little, so they. My little 6-year-old has a meltdown every time, and we have to have a funeral.
Right. Oh man.
These lizards are dumb.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. I think it looks like they haven't done the sentencing yet. It looks like they're sort of just like still waiting, which is weird. I mean, as we can see, like they're not gonna like we're not gonna hear anything right here, like with the Karen stuff. Like this is done for the day. We're not gonna hear like whatever they're having like a sidebar with the judge. We're not gonna hear anything after that. It's just gonna be the judge wrapping up the day.
Right. Are they doing Fridays or is Friday still?
As far as I knew, Friday's a full day. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, full days, and then the other days are half days.
Okay. Because I knew in the very beginning they said one day was going to be for, like other things like motions, paperwork, stuff like that, other things and not hear witness testimony, stuff like that. But I didn't know if it changed.
The defense did try to get the venue changed. They also tried to have the DA thrown out on it. And so there's that. And then they did.
See you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, see, I told you this is going to be the end of the freaking infamous fan. Yeah, so it's going to be they tried to get it, they did try to get it changed. And then what they did was they complained about the bigger courtroom and said it's unconstitutional because the witnesses, the jury can't see all the witnesses. We can't see them directly. Hold on, let me get this. And that's obviously not true. Like they could. And Yannetti has had cases in that courtroom and never brought up any constitutionality, of course. So they did that, in my opinion, to try to get it moved out of into a different county, but it backfired on them. It backfired on them in a big way because they got a smaller thing. So none of their supporters could be in on the trial and only 10 media people. And so it didn't work really for them when they tried to do it. They tried to do it, by removing the DA first, and then that didn't work. So they tried to, do it a different way. So it's like, meh, it wasn't really working too well for them when they tried to do that. Like, I'm just trying to scroll here. So the Adam Montgomery stuff has been on quite some time, and we're sort of just staring at the courtroom at this point still. I don't know. I'll get it up on the screen and wait for
Yeah, I haven't even caught up with any of that yet. It's like, geez, slow down, man. There's just too much going on these YouTube
streams. There really is. But as you can see, it's just the courtroom right now. So I guess, they're still
not doing anything either.
They're waiting. Yeah.
The
damn fan.
The fans.
Yeah, this is the Adam Montgomery sentencing right here. This is what's on the screen right now.
And I seen
it does
there.
Yeah. The camera guy was moving and it got me excited for a second. Like, what's happening? So, I guess we'll see.
What do you think he's going to get?
He was found guilty. So, I mean, yeah, I guess he probably gets like 25 to life. Yeah.
I'm hoping.
Probably a life sentence.
He should.
I mean, I don't see him getting anything less. They're not going to give him 10 or 12 years. He viciously beat her and put her in a bag and carried her around like his own daughter. Like, and she was a kid, a small child.
That's sick.
And then he lied and you know, like just a sick human, sick human.
Very.
There's something severely wrong with people like this. This is your child. How can you want to hurt your own child? Like there's something effing wrong with you.
They're wired wrong. You know, you can't fix that. You can't rehabilitate that.
No, you can't. They should all be put on an island somewhere, in my opinion.
Or have the same, you know, tit for tat. What you did have done, you know.
Yep.
That was an innocent child that did nothing.
Right.
Yeah. So,
insane to me.
Seen a lot, and to see kids put back in the same situation just to end right back up, you know, it just was a revolving door, and sadly some didn't make it.
Yeah, it's sad.
Hopefully
you guys have hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure you do that so that when I do go live for the Karen retrial, which I'll be doing, that you'll see that I am live. And always, you know, likes and shares of the video always help get new people in, and other people can watch too. And, you know, for the rest of this Karen Reed trial, I'm going to try to stream it almost every day because that's what Heels would do.
Mm-hmm.
And in honor of her,
when I'm live a little bit today, I'll I mean, I'm just a tiny channel, but hey, I'll push it out. Everybody that wants to hear, come on over, and I'll make sure I share your links.
Yes, please, and I will share yours. Yeah, I'm a small channel too. I'm just a little tiny channel, and I think, you know, it gets lost on bigger channels, like that they had to start with being small, right? Like sometimes I see them sort of poof at smaller channels, and Heels never did that. She never was like, oh, I'm bigger than you, so I don't want to go on your small channel, like, or have you on mine. Like Heels didn't do that. Heels welcomed everybody, big, small, middle, didn't matter to her. Like.
And you're right, people do look down on, you know, I've even heard, you know, well, what are we worried about her for? She doesn't even have 2,000 subs yet. Well, I'm almost there. And, you know, you were 1.2. But see, the difference between me and you is I didn't exploit a family and a victim and attack and try to destroy them. I did it with facts. I called you out because of your crap.
Yep. I mean, I had over 2,000 when I was, covering this case, and I thought she was innocent. I lost a bunch, obviously, when I changed my opinion because the facts led to a different direction, and that's okay. Like, if those are the type of people that I can't have a different opinion or change my opinion, then I don't want you watching me anyway. Like, it's, you know, it is what it is. Like, and, you know, some of those people jumped ship because some other idiot told them, like, I'm quote unquote bad, but he tells his mom everybody's bad, everybody but him, you know? But we're very small channels. So, like, you know, we depend on awesome people like you guys to come in and watch. And one of my favorite things to do in a live stream, and this is why I love them so much, is to interact with the people in my chat. I love it. I literally love interacting with my chat. I love answering questions. I love, you know, having conversations. Like, I love that. And I appreciate every single person that comes in or hits a like button or shares my content or donates to my channel, because I'm a small channel, so I don't get a ton. Like, you know, I like to read them out loud. If people like, you know, usually if someone leaves a donation and they don't want it read out loud, they'll say, like, don't read this, you know what I mean? But like, I like to read them out loud so that people, like, you know, have a question that I catch it there and I answer it if I didn't see it in the chat, or like if they just want to say something nice to everyone, like, I want that to go to the world. Like, it's in the, you know, it's good karma, but good karma in the karma bank, you know what I mean? Like, but it just, man, it irks me sometimes. Like, I can't imagine being a bigger channel and just being like, and I've had people say this to me, well, your channel's small, so like, what am I gaining from it? Why do you have to gain something from it? Why can't you just be friendly with someone? Like, can't make friends. Why do you have to be gaining something?
Yeah, I don't go on a panel to gain something. If that was the case, you know, I would have never been on two of the panels I went on. If anything, it would have hurt. You know, I could care less. I go there because I want to. You know, it's not about.
That's right.
It's not about the
numbers. No, small channels like us, like, we don't like, I think people think like just for the views, like you make good money. Like, no, I make like a cent per like every however many hundreds of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's currently like $40 or something in my YouTube like money, which again, you don't get paid out on YouTube until it hits 100. And so that, and you only get paid once a month. So like, I'll probably won't see that money for months, because I also prefer people not to do it in like super chat or super sticker. I prefer them to do it in Cash App or Venmo, where like YouTube isn't going to take a full cut of it, because they take like 50 or 60%. It's ridiculous. Like, but yeah, like I try to at least cover the costs of the channel. Like, you know, like StreamYard costs money, like your streaming software, your lights, like all that stuff costs money. It's not free. Like microphone, you know, you got to have good headphones. Like I don't even have great headphones. I have okay headphones. Like, so, you know, like that stuff costs money to have. So I try to at least cover just the basic costs of it. And just because I just started streaming again, it's going to take some time, you know. But smaller channels don't make big money like for views like that. Those are bigger. You got to be pretty big to get the good views.
I wish that they'd probably be shocked to see what.
Right. I swear to God.
Do, but I've never, I don't know. That was my goal about this, was just getting on here and, you know, talking about all the disinformation and the stuff that's done to victims and their families. It wasn't about, oh, I want to reach 100K, you know. I don't know. I just never went there.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice, right? Like to reach 100K, but like the reason I started this channel was because of my friend Miguel who went missing, and because of my friend's mom who went missing. And like I wanted to sort of cover cases and help. When I did the Craig Casey story, his brother reached out to me afterwards and sent me a really, really kind message. And that right there is the whole reason I started my channel. The messages like that from the family to just say thank you, and like that right there, like got me. Like, you know, his brother's message was really kind and really sweet. And I tried to give Craig's story the best way I could, because, you know, Craig was an addict. And instead of people sort of focusing on who Craig was, they focus on the fact that he was an addict. Like, okay, so what? Craig was still a person, a very kind, loving, amazing person, right? Like, and I wanted to tell that story.
Yeah, right away you're discounted. That's why people say, well, I thought you don't judge. Well, how can you judge Karen? Well, because there's evidence and there's charges. We're in trial.
Right.
Maybe that's why I can't get on here when there is no evidence and no arrest and accuse someone and say they definitely did something when there's no proof of that.
Well, not only that, but like in this case, there's a ton of evidence pointing to the fact that she did. Not only did she, but there was this disinformation campaign on these witnesses and these innocent people. And then people like me, the content creators who started to realize things were not right. And so if you change your opinion or you realize things aren't right, like some of the stuff that I have to tell you guys in some of these streams, you're going to be like, wait, what? Like, what? Like, I mean, when they say she was trying to control content creators and what they were saying or doing, that's 100% true. On here comes, is that Adam? Oh, God damn it.
How AG1 works to upgrade your health routine by combining many.
Skip it. And it's like, I don't want to copyright from this. Like, F off. All right, there's Adam Montgomery. Not getting audio yet, though. Okay, I don't think they've turned it on because it's on my end.
Court, you got to hurry up. So, you know, you got like 4 minutes, 3 now. So, look, you're going to have to talk.
Please be seated. Council approach.
Baba, quick one. You are not getting that.
2022 CR 20 and 2
Can't hear anything. It's all the way up on our end.
Council identify yourselves for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ben Agati for the state. First officer.
Caroline Smith with the public defender.
There's like the audio is nothing.
All right. Good morning. One moment, please.
I wonder if it's on law and crime.
Third amnesty's got to be called here. He's got third one. Jesus.
Like what the frick? Like,
yep.
Like, I don't think they know their audio is effed up. Like,
they might not.
Chad Daybell coverage.
Hear it.
Barely. Yeah, I can hear it, but barely.
They might need to turn the volume up.
It's all the way up. That's my point.
I'm talking about their end.
Oh yeah, their end. It's definitely not us. See, look, it's all the way up.
Mine's all the way up too.
It's not. I don't see it on Long Crime either. If they talk, though, at least we have the subtitles at the bottom.
The smugness of these defendants is
Look at
mine.
them. Like, bro, you murdered your small child. Like most of the time, I've never seen defendants not attend their own trial. That tells you everything you need to know. You already know you're going to be found guilty, so you don't even attend the trial.
They should make it it should be mandatory.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You did the crime, answer for it.
Oh yeah.
Wow, they totally either they have their volume totally off or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's court TV.
Do you
having trouble.
see it on Law and Crime? Because I don't.
That's what I'm looking right now.
I see the Chad Daybell stuff, which is also interesting. I might stream some of that in a little bit, but
Oh, I'm so behind on that. I got to catch up. That is.
Well, there's a lot going on at once, but it would be interesting to listen to some of it. I mean, that's just a crazy story.
I don't see it on Law and Crime.
No, me either. I don't see it. I see just the Karen and the Daybell stuff. Like, I mean, where's the audio?
There was a video. That's all I see.
Can't just be us. It definitely has to be because it's court TV that doesn't have the audio.
Let me see if it'll play on mine. Oh, I got the volume turned down. That might be the reason why on my tablet, but that's so I can watch chat on one panel because it's hard on my phone.
Yeah, Dorothy, we know there isn't. It's not us though. It's court TV because I have it all the way up.
Yeah, it's because I'm on my tablet and I've got the volume the whole way and I can hear nothing. And court TV is having problems with the retrial
All day. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with them.
And I don't even see the subtitle going across.
Me either. And I saw it at first. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see crime.
We're gonna have to just watch and see if they start. I don't think anybody's talking right now either.
Streaming it live.
Yeah, God bless heels. We do have some movement, right?
Using her body.
WFLA News Channel 8 is streaming it live and has full audio.
2020.
Okay, what is it? W what?
WFLA News Channel 8.
Okay.
It's streaming it with full audio.
Right here live. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with court TV today. All right, let's see. I'm going to switch this out here to the one that has the damn audio.
Oh, Bubbies, please lay down. My goodness, doggy, you're going to give yourself a heart attack. It's not that big a deal. He's a 78-pound baby.
Oh, poor baby.
He's really sick, though, and I don't like him getting worked
The
up.
court TV one. I don't want the court TV one. Like, what the hell, dude?
No, if you go,
I just had it. Like, it's
that's where I
had it. I'll have to back it up a little to hear what the judge said. Like, here we go, channel 8. Let me get this off here so that I don't confuse it with this, and then. All right, I'm gonna back it up a
How
little
can the
so that
minimum
we
ever
can hear the
apply
whole
when he's
thing.
had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to tell investigators and others where she
I think once he comes in, they start. Let me
We're
see.
getting in a zoomed in look here at Adam Montgomery. Really reported to police. We are expecting.
Oh,
Smith? Pardon? Okay, just making sure you're ready for the state to proceed.
Yes.
Okay. When you are ready, Attorney Gotti, you may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, as you know, the defendant has been found guilty of beating Harmony Montgomery in July of 2019, guilty of murdering Harmony Montgomery, a child under the age of 13, and then transporting and hiding and abusing her body and compacting her into smaller and smaller bags and ultimately disposing of her on March of 2020, and tampering with witnesses afterwards to ensure that this horror story that we heard at trial stayed silent. Under our law, after the second degree assault, after what he did to her and the other crimes to hide other acts to hide his crimes, under our law in New Hampshire, that means that the mandatory minimum sentence that the defendant must receive for second degree murder of a child under 13 is at least 35 years in prison. So the question for us today isn't why the defendant should get the minimum mandatory sentence. The question is, how can the minimum sentence ever apply to the crimes that were committed by this man? How can the minimum ever apply when he beat Harmony the night before and the morning of, and time again as he drove from the methadone clinic to Burger King and he beat her to death, and then covered her up to suffer and die in the car while he ate his food? The state's position is, how can the minimum ever apply when this court recognized at the last sentencing hearing that he had 15 years of convictions for, quote, some of the most violent and egregious criminal behavior, end quote, that this court had ever seen? How can the minimum ever apply when he's lied over and over again that he didn't kill his daughter and that she was safe somewhere when he was first asked by many different people? How can the minimums ever apply when he conceded at trial the crimes that involved the horrors that he inflicted upon her body from December 7th on forward up and until March, when he dumped her from the U-Haul that he had conned others into renting for him? How can the minimum ever apply when he's had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to tell investigators and others where she is right now, and she can't be laid to rest? There's nothing minimal about the crimes that he's being convicted for today. The state is not going to restate everything that's put forth in the state's sentencing memorandum word for word. The state's recommendation at this time is that the defendant serve 4 to 8 years, stand committed for the crime of second degree assault, which occurred in July of 2019. And that should then be followed by consecutive sentences of 3.5 to 7 years for his falsifying physical evidence, for what he did to Harmony's body, with a concurrent sentence of 12 months for the abuse of corpse misdemeanor, followed by another consecutive 3.5 to 7 years for witness tampering, for beating his spouse to ensure that she would stick to the story he created, followed by not less than a minimum of 45 years to life in the charge of second degree murder. The state recognizes that this is just a recommendation. The decision today lies with the court, regardless of what the state says. But that's the state's recommendation today. However, Your Honor, if the defendant will right now tell us where he hid her body, sufficient for us to find her, if he'll tell us right now where he put that CMC bag, so that her family and the Manchester Police Department can recover her remains in the next 7 days, then the state would amend its recommendation to a minimum of 35 years to life and let the second degree assault, falsifying physical evidence, abuse of a course, and witness tampering sentences be served concurrent. But right now, Your Honor, If he tells us where we can recover her and we do so within the next 7 days, we will change our recommendation to 35 years. Since that offer has been rejected, Your Honor, that is yet another reason why the minimum should not apply. What I just said was not a stunt. It was not a theatrical event. I stated in closing arguments that there are moments in life where we are tested, where our failure or our success lies in whether we do the right thing at that moment in time. And time again, and about 30 seconds ago, the defendant chose again to be heartless and immoral and selfish and unapologetic, which for the purposes of you deciding his punishment and rehabilitation and his deterrence and coming up with the right sentence for him means that he has just yet shown you again in this courtroom, and for anybody else, that he is heartless, immoral, selfish, and an unapologetic murderer of his own child. Now, as I was saying again, there's certainly nothing minimal about what he did to Kayla Montgomery, to abusing her into lying for him. There's simply nothing minimal about what the defendant did to Harmony and what he did afterwards. And that's why now, having just given an opportunity, we're asking you to impose nothing less than 45 to life for the sentence of homicide. You should impose more, but 45 is a bare minimum that this defendant deserves for what he did to Harmony. She is gone forever. She didn't get sick and get old and pass away. Something didn't just happen that night. He happened. She wasn't able to be surrounded by the people that loved her. And instead, when this court determines punishment, deterrence, and rehabilitation, it should consider that Harmony died in pain and in fear under a blanket. And nobody deserves that, especially a 5-year-old child. And that kind of death is different and weighs in favor of more than the minimum sentence here. You can, if there was a thief here, you could order the return of stolen property, or you could order restitution. When you sentence a defendant for an assault case, the victim can receive treatment and compensation for her injuries. But in a murder case, there's nothing directly that this court can do for Harmony. She's already ultimately paid the price of the defendant's anger and cruelty and frustration. But what can be done is recognize the value of her life and the terrible way she died by giving the defendant a significant prison sentence, something more than just the minimum, and certainly not the sentence that the defendant may ask you for in a few moments. You can make sure that he's not going to hurt another child. You can do that for Harmony. And in that process, you'll also be doing justice for the people who cared about Harmony, for the many people that worked hard to hold her killer accountable. So most of those people, several of them are in the courtroom today. Many more are out there. Some who are present here today would like a chance to address the court, Your Honor. Most notably, and I think has to be first and foremost, Your Honor, is Harmony's biological mother, Crystal Sword. She's present here today. She has prepared a victim impact statement that we have written that we can provide to the court afterwards, but we would like her to be able to speak to you and present her thoughts.
Should we do so?
Thank you.
To the monster who murdered my baby. I did not kill my daughter, and I look forward to trial to refute those offensive claims. That is all you have said about my sweet daughter's life. Another lie, like all the other ones you've told. Like the cover story you told that you dropped her off with me, knowing full well and good if you had, she would be thriving right now. Not beaten and stuffed in a CMC bag where you put her. She had a life worth living, unlike your own. And it bothered you to your core that she was nothing like you and everything like me. Beautiful inside and out, funny, smart, sassy, loving, and most of all, kind. She wasn't a coward like you, and I'll be forever grateful for that. You're a coward who has to be in control of everything and everyone around you, insecure and paranoid. The list goes on. She is none of those things. She lit up a room when she walked in. She made a mark wherever she went, and you couldn't stand it. She was an incredible big sister. She loved her brother, Jameson, to her core, and I know she loved your sons too, no matter the picture you tried to paint of her. December 7th will forever be the darkest day of my life. The night you beat her to death, I woke up in the middle of the night in agonizing pain, from my head to my toes, and I felt like I was dying, not knowing, in the most brutal way, a part of me was dying. Suffering in that back seat for 20 minutes while you and your wife fed yourselves and your other children, and you got high. 20 minutes that you could have used to save her life. Did she cry for me? Did she scream? Did she beg you to stop? I'll never know. Because like I said, you're too much of a coward to tell the truth and do one good thing for Harmony. You may have taken her physically from me, but she is always, always with me. And I will forever look for her until the end of my days. But I hope that every day and every night you're on this earth, you hear nothing but my baby's giggle. I doubt you ever heard it in this life. All she knew with you was misery and fear. I hope you hear her sweet voice telling you to stop hitting her over and over, or how she looked the very last time you saw her, broken and bruised. You were supposed to protect her, yet you did the opposite. Harmony wasn't anything to you but property that you could throw away when she was more of a burden to you than a meal ticket. Your hatred for me led you to act on your monstrous, controlling ways, and you took her because you just could not let her come home where she belongs. My love for Harmony outweighs my hatred for you, but they both gave me the strength to listen to my instincts and to help the police put you away forever. Harmony will live on through me, and you can't do anything about it. You can't do anything to stop it. I wish you nothing but pain and misery for the rest of your pathetic life, and with or without you, we will find my daughter. I always knew you weren't a good person, which is why I left you. I just never knew to what extent, but now I know you're just plain evil.
In addition, another member of Harmony's family was Miss Brittany Sorey, her aunt. She would also like to address the board.
To the most vile human on the planet, the day Harmony was born is the day that will forever feel like it was just yesterday. My sister was in labor and you were in prison. Always keeping you posted. I remember that phone call with you right after she was born and they were both in the recovery room. I was talking you down from how scared you were because you just wanted to be the best dad. And I believed in you and reminded you how good you were with my daughter, that you would be the best dad and not to worry. I couldn't even believe how wrong I actually was. You are a monster, Adam, not the monster who's in your nightmares or the ones that terrify you when you're little. You're the monster that pretends to be a daddy and then brutally abused, tortured, and beat your 5-year-old daughter to death for the accidents you caused by locking her in a room 24/7, traumatizing her and making it blatantly clear that she could not trust, count on, or come to you when she needed someone. You didn't fight for her for 4 years like you had Kayla claim on your behalf. You lied and you forged documents. You did it to have control again over something in my sister's life. You never for 1 second loved Harmony, because if you did, she'd still be here today. You wanted to control her, and when you couldn't, over and over again, because she reminded you of my sister, you took her from us because you didn't want anyone else to have her. More proof of the absolute coward you are. The fact that you sat in court at your gun trial, like my sister said, and tried to use Harmony for some sympathy by saying you cannot wait to refute the offensive claims that you killed your daughter and you didn't and you loved her. Jury selection day, you showed up smiling at the jurors, proving exactly how evil you are. Then tell the judge the day of opening statements that you did all but kill her and expect a bunch of people to believe yet another lie from you. Because your egotistical ignorance makes you believe you are somehow smarter than anybody. You have the nerve to claim to be a victim of the disease of addiction and how it destroyed your life and all the crybaby stories you tell. The fact is this: you are a selfish, evil, conniving, poor excuse for a human being, and I hope you sit in prison every day while she haunts you day and night until it's unbearable, because that's what you deserve. I used to call you my brother. We used to talk about everything. I've seen you break down and cry and open your heart up to me. Even when you first got Harmony, I messaged you and I told you that I would help in any way if I can, if you needed it for Harmony and wanted to be a part of her life. And just like anyone else that reached out, you blocked me. You had so many chances to change the result and let her go with people that loved her, but you didn't, because you knew she would have told all about the abuse, so you killed her. If you're any type of man at all, Adam, or you ever loved her for 1 second, you would tell us where she is, so at least she can rest in peace after everything you put her mind, body, and soul through. Regardless, karma will get even, because you don't destroy such a beautiful soul the way you did and not reap what you sow. So may it be.
One of the other individuals in this particular event who is not present here in the courtroom today, but is the victim of the crime, that is the victim of the crime of witness tampering, is Ms. Kayla Montgomery. She has prepared a statement. We've submitted there. We will be submitting that to the court as well. It has been provided to the defense counsel. She has asked a victim advocate to please read the statement for her.
If the victim advocate could please state her name for the record, and also the Kayla Montgomery's statement.
Certainly.
My name is Amy Van Auken, and I'm reading a statement on behalf of Kayla Montgomery. Goodbye. I wanted to write a letter to you because it's the only way to tell you how I feel. I don't know about you, but I need some kind of closure. I will forever have a place in my heart for you, whether you believe me or not. You were my best friend, my husband, the person I chose to spend the rest of my life with. You are the father of our children we have together, and I'm forever grateful for having them. I will never forget the birth of our first son we have. That was one of the many best days of my life. We had just gotten married and started a family of our own. I'll never forget when your grandmother said to me, "You're the best thing that has ever happened to my grandson." I will always remember the births of all the children we have. Also, when you stepped up to be a father to Harmony. You worked so hard to get custody of her, and it took a few years, but you got her. I won't forget the day we picked her up and brought her home. We were so excited. Then, during the summer, was when we both started to go downhill because of relapse. After 5 years of sobriety, that was the beginning of the chaos. By the time Thanksgiving came around in the year 2019, we were losing everything. My job, our place to live, and after living in a car for a few weeks, we lost that. At the same time, Harmony dies because of your anger and hitting her so many times. We didn't even know she passed away until the car died, and we had to take our kids out of the car. She didn't respond. She was lifeless. Then a couple years go by, and during those years, we had to keep quiet about her being gone. You told me to stick with the story that you dropped her off at 6 a.m. at Dunkin's, where I no longer worked at, and brought her to her mother, Crystal, so she could stay there because it was better for Harmony. Then you came and picked me up when my shift was done at 2 p.m. She wasn't in the car. She was with her mother. During those years of having to keep quiet, you started physically and mentally abusing me, accusing me of cheating on you, telling on you, and trying to kill you. The first time that you really hurt me was when you accused me of cheating and had me on the living room floor against the corner of the wall telling me if I didn't tell you that I cheated on you, that you were going to F me up. When I never cheated on you and said that I didn't, you punched me right in the face a couple of times because you said I was lying, and I wasn't. So then I said, yes, I cheated on you so you wouldn't hit me, but you still did anyway. You started getting crazy when we would get high on crack. I told you I did things that I really didn't do because you said if I told you that I did whatever you'd accuse me of, that you wouldn't hit me, and I was dumb enough to believe you. No matter what I said or did, you would hit me, punch me, spit in my face, or would have me in a chokehold and cover my mouth so I couldn't scream. You are not the person I married, not the person who loved me and who never hurt me. It's like I married my father. I never would have thought I would have to run away from you until I knew I had to take our kids and leave you. I'll never forget that day either. It was one of the hardest things for me to do. The last couple of nights after you got arrested the first time, I was sleeping with a knife because I did not know what you were going to do to me. After I found out that you got arrested, I went back to our apartment to grab a few things, and then I made the decision of not going back to live there anymore. I couldn't stay in the apartment after a year of chaos with you in there. Just all bad memories, barely any good ones. We had about 5 months total that year of living there that were good times. Other than that, nothing but bad memories. I'm so angry and hurt by you. I know you probably hate me because I had to do the right thing, but also because of all the bad. Not only did you lose your rights to our children, but so did I. Now I'm going to have to keep fighting for them to at least be back in their lives. You seem to forget you cheated, not me, and you just left the kids and I for some girl, packed your stuff, and left to another state. I called you out on your BS when you're on your way to Maine, and I also called you out for being with someone else months before you left to Maine. You accused me, but you were the one cheating. The day you got arrested on January 2022, you called me and said to tell Kelsey you're sorry about her car. Yeah, right. That's all you're worried about, not your wife and children you may never see again. No apology for cheating on me and making me think I was crazy. So I got to do all I can to get back on track with my life. You caused so much hurt and pain. I don't even know why I still care about you and actually feel bad for you. Oh, maybe it's because I'm not a cold, heartless person and still have some care about you. I was in love with you once. Now I still love you because you're the father of our children. This is goodbye for now. Maybe I'll see you at the future in some point. Goodbye, Adam. And then she lists the day they started their relationship was October 8th, 2015. And the day they married was Harmony's birthday, June 4th, 2017.
Your Honor, one family member who I've heard from yet is with regards to a very young man. This is Harmony's younger brother, Jameson. He lived with Harmony up until the age of 1, saw her as late as 18 months in his life. Both of his parents are here, Mr. Blair Miller and also Mr. Jonathan Bobbitt Miller, and they have a statement they would like to present.
Your Honor, thank you so much for allowing us to speak here today. Good afternoon to you. My name is Blair Miller, and my husband Jonathan and I are here today on behalf of our son Jameson, who we adopted in 2019. He is a 7-year-old boy who came to us from foster care. Jameson and his sister Harmony were in and out of different foster homes together. They seem to be on a path of surviving their troubling relationships, their circumstances together. To understand the true impact that this loss has had on Jameson and will continue to impact him, you need to hear the stories he tells us and wants you to know. He wants everyone to know. When we first adopted Jameson, he would always tell us about Harmony. He would tell us about her beautiful blonde hair. He would tell us about her glasses. He still does. He would tell us about her bright blue eyes. He would tell us about her wonderful smile that lit up a room. He would tell us that she was there to help him. Jameson has constantly asked us, where's Harmony? Recently, he once was struggling to go to bed. He looked off in the shadows of his closet and said, is that Harmony there, looking back at me? These are no questions for a little boy to be asking. He no longer can hold on to that hope. Since learning about the death of innocent and beautiful Harmony, Jameson has suffered. Just a few weeks ago in school, his teacher asked him to draw a picture of his family. He drew a picture of his 2 dogs, his 2 brothers, his 2 dads, but then he put a heart above all of us, and inside that heart was the letter H. He said that was Harmony looking down on us. Jameson constantly asks us, who took my sister away? Adam, you took away his best friend, his sister. You introduced murder into his life and forever created a void that can never be filled. We will never have the right answers for him on this and can only tell him Harmony is an angel now. Jameson will grow up forever wondering how this happened, how his sister, who looked over him in foster care, didn't have anyone looking over her. You chose, Adam, to take our little boy's sister away. You don't ever deserve another choice in a free society. Your Honor, we are asking you to impose the maximum sentence.
Your Honor, this courtroom, and especially Adam, I'm Jonathan Bobbitt Miller, and I'm the proud adopted dad of Jameson Miller, the proud young brother of Harmony. Harmony is the reason that we're all here today. Harmony, the child Adam that you murdered, you introduced a nightmare into our son. You introduced evil of this world to him. You have manipulated the criminal justice system until now, and trying to explain that to our 7-year-old son is hard. Before Jameson knew of Harmony's tragic fate, he would go to the door when the doorbell rung, and he would say, maybe she's found me. He would search a park, he would look at school, and if there was any girl that had blonde hair and glasses, he would go up to them and say, are you Harmony? I'll never forget the day that we told Jameson that Harmony was in heaven. He's a very active kid. And that day, he just stopped and he held us and he said, no, I need my big sister. Why? Why did this happen? These are questions that Jameson has had and continues to ask. Daddy and Dada, what happened to my sister? Why did she die? Why would anyone hurt her? How about her glasses? Are they okay? My God, how will we ever help him process this horrible and brutal details of his big sister? Adam, you have to know you did that. As we celebrated Jameson's birthday in 2019 with the Mickey and Minnie Mouse theme, we had Mickey Mouse there. It's a Disney theme that he shares with his big sister and his mom. He wanted to save a gift from her that day, made from his Nana. It was a Minnie Mouse pillow, but instead, you were beating her to death. That was the same day. If Jameson was old enough to speak to this court today, he would want you to know the void that you left in his heart that can never be filled. Adam, he would plead with you to please tell us where she is. Let him have a place to go and remember his sister, please. He remembers her feeding him. He remembers when they would be at his foster home when she was there, that they would play in the park together. He remembers her glasses. He remembers how proud she was. How do we tell our 7-year-old that you murdered his sister, his protector, his best friend, and you showed no remorse? I wish they could be happy together today. Jameson asked, is she unhappy in heaven? If she can see him, and if we can visit her, why would anyone hurt her? That's what you've done to her son when you beat his sister to death. In her family, we really believe in love and forgiveness. I'm just not sure how to teach her son how to forgive the monster that murdered his sister. We as a family are leaning on God for that. Jameson also knows about the helpers. He knows about this court. He knows about the jury. He knows about the police from the local to federal. He knows about this community. We've told him these were the people that helped his sister when she was hurting. I'd like to share with you a few words that Jameson, as we were talking to him, because he wanted to know, where are you guys going? What are you doing? And I said, we're going to speak for your sister and we're going to tell everyone how important she was to you. And this is what he said. Tell everyone my name is Jameson. I'm 7 years old. My sister's Harmony. I love Harmony. I miss her. I hope I get to see her again. My sister had beautiful blue eyes and we smile alike. I liked having fun with her on the playground. She gave me a broken Elmo toy that was hers. I still have that, but I have the Minnie Mouse pillow and a new Elmo that's not broken. I keep it in my closet for her. I'm really sad she's an angel. I miss her. She was my best friend. I hope she can see me playing basketball, being silly with my brothers. And I wish I could bring Harmony to my school to meet my friends and my teacher. She loves the color purple and Minnie Mouse. I made a heart for her in purple and red with mirrors so I can look for her in heaven. I hope she sees me. The red is for my heart and the purple is for her. I love my sister. I miss her. I hope she's eating M&Ms in heaven. I hope her glasses are safe and not broken. And I miss you, and I will always love you, big sister. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, finally, with us today is Harmony's foster mother, Michelle Rafferty. Harmony was alive for 66 months in this world. And for 44 of those months, she was with the Raffertys, Michelle and her husband, Tim. They've both prepared a statement as well and would like to speak with you today.
Your Honor, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak here today. This is truly the hardest thing I have ever had to do. My name is Michelle Raftery, and along with my husband and my 5 children, we have the privilege of being Harmony's foster family. We shared our hearts, our home, and our life with her, and she filled our lives with joy and laughter. We lost a daughter, and my children lost their sister. We grieve for her every day because we thought we'd always see her again. Harmony was full of life and always happy. We jokingly told her that she leaves a sparkle wherever she goes. She loved to be in the middle of everything that was going on, and she never missed a beat. Harmony always had 2 mummies, me and Crystal, but only had one daddy, and that was my husband, Tim. I am beyond grateful Harmony had a relationship with a loving daddy and knew what that relationship should look like. She loved being a sister and had an amazing bond with our youngest daughter. And when our second daughter had her baby, she was delighted to be an auntie. Harmony was a friend to everyone, but she also had a best friend named Dominic. She loved going to church and loved going to school. She loved Minnie Mouse, playing outside, playing dress up, playing house, and loved to cuddle. She had a large community that she loved, and they loved her. She was kind and compassionate and always willing to share, even her Oreo cookies and favorite doll stroller. Since everything came to light, I have had trouble sleeping and concentrating. We had to explain to our children things that we never wanted them to hear and explain to them why a father who was supposed to love and protect her was being arrested for murder. Your Honor, I'm asking you to give Adam the fullest sentence. Adam is hateful and selfish and continues to be so by not telling us where her body is. Adam knew he could have brought Harmony back to us. He had options, but always chose himself each time. He never put Harmony first. There were consequences for his actions, and he will have to live with them the rest of his life. Our family is strong and beginning to heal by the grace of God. We know Harmony is safe in the arms of Jesus, never to be hurt again. So despite the evil brought to light in this trial, we will continue to move forward in love because love wins. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, in addition to those statements, the state is asking you to consider not only all of the details and the facts that you heard during trial, and not only as you would for any defendant, their criminal history, of which is laid out there and which this court is already well aware of. But we are also asking the court to take into account 2 additional charges which are still pending. Firearm that was belonging and was owned by a Mr. Yule, and also a high-point handgun. These are 2 charged but not yet adjudicated offenses that can be considered by the court when it comes to sentencing. We did not ask you to take the defendant's murder of his daughter into account at the last sentencing for the other firearms, given that it had occurred before her death. But these 2 not yet tried armed career criminal charges, offenses for weapons belonging to Mr. Yule, and a high-point handgun should be considered to show that the minimum does not apply to this man. The court is already aware of the defendant's statements to many other people, many other people through many different facets of his life, with regards to being asked where his daughter was and for him to lie to them. This was subject to many different interpretations. The court has discussed this on different different times, in different hearings. With regards to those events, and with regards also to the gun crimes that I speak of, Mr. Yule's firearm and the high-point handgun, we feel that the state has already shown the requisite level of certainty that the defendant has been present from the Manchester Police Department, who can provide additional information if the court so chooses to hear that. So at this point, I would leave it up to the court's discretion if and when the court should be considering those 2 charges as part of coming up with the appropriate sentence for the defendant today. But he is here in the courtroom.
All right, thank you. I don't feel that I need to hear from him at this juncture. If the court feels it necessary to hear from him, I will do so later. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, one of the things that you saw during trial were the many different ways in which the defendant tried to conceal his crime, not just physically, but also with false statements and lies to others. Lies as to where she was, as to what had occurred, where it had occurred in the car, where he was at the time. Even lies, as you heard from some witnesses, as to whether or not he loved or cared for Harmony in the first place. You heard and saw the defendant try to sell his lies to anybody that would listen. And why does that matter? Because it's one thing to deny the charges that the state then and hold the state accountable to bring forth proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But it's another one to actively lie and deceive and blame others. And a defendant who does that, like this defendant did, is different and is deserving of more than the minimum punishment. You've even heard yourself how the defendant tried over and over again to get Kayla Montgomery to lie for him. The testimony we heard at trial included the verbal threats to her, beating her, photographs that we saw of her black eyes, testimony from other independent witnesses of him either hurting her or her running away, being injured, or grabbing a cell phone out of her hands and manipulating her even months later to get rid of telephones that had evidence of the crimes on them. You've seen those bruises. You've heard those stories from independent eyewitnesses. That was not just an attack on her. That was an attack on our system of justice. And to hold him accountable for that independently, consecutively, to the actual underlying crime of the homicide and the second-degree assault from before. As you've seen in this case, if we don't do that, if we don't hold people accountable for those actions afterwards, then the criminal justice system is failing because it allows defendants everywhere under the concept of general deterrence to think that they can tamper with witnesses and destroy evidence. And if they're caught, well, it'll just be subsumed by the underlying crime. That's another reason why the more than the minimum sentence is necessary. And finally, I'm not going to go into full detail on it, Your Honor, but you've seen in the state sentencing memorandum, there are 3 cases that are on point and when looking for comparison here. And those are State versus Caitlin Marin, State versus Mark Heath, and State versus Chad Evans, all cited in our sentencing memorandum. In those matters involved individuals who were convicted of reckless second-degree murder for injuring children. And all 3 of those individuals, either immediately after trial or at sentence review, all had sentences that were in their 40s. And all 3 of those people didn't have the criminal history that this defendant has. And all 3 of them didn't do afterwards to their victims and what they did to their bodies, what he did to Harmony. So in the state's mind, how can the defendant here get anything less for that? His behavior is worse. When we look at that, if and when he should ask for sentence review after today, if they look at that, we don't feel that there's any way that they could equate that his behavior was less than theirs or that his punishment should be less than theirs. There's nothing about this little girl's death or her suffering or what her father did afterwards that can ever be classified as minimal. He is still determined 5 years later that she have no peace, no justice, no rest. So the state is asking you to do what justice requires, and that's nothing less than the state's recommended sentence. Harmony deserves it, her family deserves it, the people of the state deserve it, and definitely this defendant deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'd like to start reading from State versus Willie at 163 New Hampshire 532. We held that just as it is unconstitutional to increase a defendant's punishment because he refuses to admit guilt, so too is it unconstitutional for a court to draw an adverse inference of lack of remorse from a defendant's silence at sentencing. Because the only affirmative way for a defendant who maintains his innocence through the criminal process to express remorse at sentencing is to forgo his right to remain silent. Using a defendant's silence at sentencing to infer that he lacks remorse generally violates the defendant's constitutional privilege against self-incrimination. The state said that their offer to reduce or offer a reduced sentence of 35 years if Adam Montgomery took particular action within the next 7 days, and his reaction to that reflected heartless, immoral, no remorse. You can imagine, anybody can, that somebody walking into a sentencing hearing for something where he maintains his innocence that he did not do would be a difficult situation. That person would be assisted by his counsel, who would understand that being vilified for something that you didn't do would be difficult, who would understand that when people are trying to throw him away forever for something that you didn't do would be difficult, and that he would be schooled in reactions and how to react and how to appropriately respond within this courtroom. The state was doing a stunt. They were seeking a reaction today from Adam Montgomery in the courtroom by their stunt for something that they said, give us 7 days. And then Mr. Montgomery, acting appropriate with his counsel's representation, was called heartless, immoral, and no remorse. Mr. Montgomery does not have to express remorse here for something where he maintains his innocence. It would violate his constitutional rights against self-incrimination. And talk a little bit about the use of priors, as argued in the state's memorandum, to elevate what is a sentence as a mandatory minimum that is extraordinarily high. And it is high because anytime a child dies, an innocent child dies, deserves a strong punishment. And the legislature has spoken with the mandatory minimum of that punishment. The lack of rehabilitation is what the priors are put on for. I don't think anybody can predict what another person would be like after 35 years of incarceration. To assume the lack of rehabilitation for prior records that occurred from the time that Mr. Montgomery was quite young, that many, fueled by drug and drug addiction that was introduced to his life by some of the very witnesses, family members, wives, who participated in maintaining his addiction and in a lot of the conduct that he did in the prior record. He is worthy of rehabilitation, especially after what would be the mandatory minimum under this sentence. The use of the remaining charges also are inappropriate here. You did not consider the charge of homicide at his prior sentencing on the armed career criminal charges that he faced May a year ago. But you did consider the armed career criminal charges, or at least you didn't indicate that you didn't. And the state certainly argued that they should be considered as well. All of that conduct occurred in a relatively short time period. And while we dispute the probable cause, even the law says that you can consider the grand jury indictment as probable cause, which I think is completely inappropriate, but that is the law. However, his sentences on armed career criminal took into account both his prior and his subsequent gun charges. He's serving a sentence currently of what comes to be about 32, because he got 15 as a minimum on one, 15 as a minimum on another. The 5 years of the 7-year minimum on the final charge that you sentenced him on, you suspended 2 years. Didn't even totally give him the max on that, but certainly increased his sentence in your evaluation of his prior conduct, as well as the pending gun charges. Another issue I need to address, and I'm afraid we only addressed part of it in chambers, my fault. The names of the no contact order, I don't have, so we don't have a position on that as far as the names. However, since the state has asked for an incarcerated sentence on each of the charges, I don't believe a no contact order can be issued on the charges under interpretation of current law. However, I will say that the names will be provided to Adam, and I can assure this court that Adam will not seek any contact with the Sorrell family. Sorry, family. So, what do you do for sentencing Adam Montgomery? Adam Montgomery does not dispute the time sought by the state for abuse of corpse and falsifying evidence. The state has requested maximum sentences on that, consecutive, and Adam does understand that it in fact affected the investigation and that behavior affects justice in the court system. And he does not dispute the sentences requested by the state on that. However, while he maintains his innocence, he also knows that you will be sentencing him on the other charges because he has been convicted, and any other action he takes will have to be after sentencing. So as to the other charges, while he maintains his innocence on each of them, he can't offer a sentence because no sentence would be fair for him to say that they would be fair when he is maintaining his innocence and he did not commit those charges. So he can't offer you something that's appropriate for them, but he would request that you take into account his objections to the memorandum and especially his silence here at sentencing as being an appropriate position to take when he is asserting his innocence. We request that the court issue a sentence that is less than what the state has asked and that it make the remaining charges concurrent with abuse of corpse and falsifying evidence. Adam Montgomery did not kill his daughter, but when he discovered his daughter's death, he broke and he did inexplicable things. Even he can't explain his actions. But eventually he pulled it together and he was able to say goodbye to his daughter. And that's what he did. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Actually, my co-counsel has reminded me of something, and again, this was something that was not in the sentencing memorandum, and it was last minute, and it is the stunt that was pulled by the state, and it is that plea offers, responses, negotiations are inadmissible, and I think that they are inadmissible for any purpose, including sentencing. Certainly, I know in other cases, if I was to say the state offered something pretrial and now they're seeking twice that, the state would shut me down under that rule. 410? 410. So I think that entire stunt should be stricken from the record as well.
Briefly, Your Honor, I made no such comment about plea offers that were made prior to trial in any way, shape, or form. When I called the defendant heartless, immoral, selfish, and unapologetic, and in doing so, it's about the two crimes that he has admitted that he has done. It's the falsifying physical evidence and it's the abuse of corpse, which he admitted and even told the jury that they could find him guilty of. Those are the ones relating to the placement of the body. There's no reason to hold on to that piece of information with regards to that. The statement is not offering anything because this completely lies within the hands of the court. The statement is to make the change of what the state's recommendation would be. It's not an offer of a guaranteed sentence in any way, shape, or form. And again, it's on those charges, the one where he does not maintain his innocence anymore, falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse. I think just separately, Your Honor, with regards to the victims that the state is asking for the no contact order, that would include Crystal Sorey and her family, Sorey. That would also include the Miller family, Your Honor, and that would be Harmony's brother's family, and as well as the Rafferty family. I can provide those spellings to the court monitor afterwards. I think those are the only additional things that the state wants to add.
Attorney Gotti, what do you say to the Steve v. Toll issue that's raised by the defense about the no contact order on stand committed sentences, where all of the sentences that you're asking for in this case are stand committed, but you're also asking for the no contact provision?
Your Honor, I think with regards to that, rather than to prolong this particular hearing, the state would then also ask for a $5,000 fine on each felony for that to be suspended for the period so that the no contact order can be obeyed during that time period. And if he violates the no contact order, then that could be imposed.
Suspended for what period?
I would say suspended for a period of, well, on the 2 Class B misdemeanors, I would say suspended for at least a period of 7 years upon the beginning of that serving of that sentence. And for the charge of second-degree murder, I would say beginning on for a 20-year time period, beginning when he starts serving that sentence.
Do you want to address that, Attorney Smith? I'm just thinking about that for a moment. I mean, Attorney Agati, on that, the
the consequence of a violation of the order would be the imposition of the fine.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
For clarity in sentencing, I think 5,000 is illegal for any one of those charges, although certainly combinations of certain charges can equal that amount. I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, because as I said, with regard to the family, Crystal Sorey and her family, Mr. Montgomery will not be reaching out to any of them.
All right, thank you. Council, approach for just a minute.
As council approaches, JB here with you live in the stream.
Come on,
center,
guy. I
folks.
don't want to hear
Again,
you
a
talk.
reminder
I want to
after
talk.
the sentence is given and after court is adjourned.
I just want to hear the sentencing. Like, I want them to throw the book at him. And then some. Yeah, I am going to stream the rest of the trial. Obviously, granted, I have anything else that I have to do on a day that I can't. I'll try to set it up so somebody else can. But yes, I am. I always hope that the judge has some choice words to convict him. Not every judge does, but this is pretty vile. I think it would warrant a judge saying something. I'm pretty disgusted with Kayla Montgomery's statement. She had a victim advocate read for her. Like, I'm not saying she's not a victim of Adams. I'm saying, like, this isn't about her. This is about Harmony. And she made it about herself and how she still loves Adam. And I'm just disgusted by that. Completely disgusted. I mean, hearing her little brother's parents, his dad's, speak, broke my heart. I cried like a baby. Thanks, Jimbo. I'll take that hug. It's just, I don't even have words for how vile Adam is. I'm muted, sorry. I don't want to hear this guy talk. Kayla's gross. I can't with her. Her statement was just like, it's not about you, Kayla. It's about Harmony. Like, I can't imagine, like, you can't blame it on abuse, right? Like, I'm a survivor of abuse and I can't imagine ever trying, like, you'd have to kill me. Like, you would literally have to kill me because I'd be running to the police station the second it happened, or dialing that, like something. I'm doing something. Like, you're going to have to kill us all. That's a child we're talking about here. A child that was put into your care. You fought for Harmony. And of course, Kayla reiterates that in her statement that he fought to get custody of her. No, it's a control tactic that abusers use, especially with children, because they know it's the only thing that matters in the victim's world is the child. And so if they can get leverage over the child, they can control you in another way. And that's what Adam Montgomery was doing to Crystal Sorey, was taking Harmony from her so that she couldn't have her. Not because Adam wanted to take care of her, you know. I know narcissists like that. I've seen the abuse with my own two eyes. I've been through the abuse of a narcissist, and thinking back on it, like, there are just lines that should be drawn, you know. Like, it takes courage to call the police when you're being abused yourself. But if there's a child that's being abused as well and you do nothing, you're just as bad as the abuser. He's punching a 5-year-old in the face, like beating a 5-year-old, 60-pound 5-year-old. Like, my daughter's 6. My youngest daughter's 6. My oldest is almost 20 and my middle is 14. I can't imagine, like, you did what? Like, I still snuggle my 19-year-old, like, hug and snuggle. Like, she plops down on the couch, I'm snuggling over to her. Like, I want my children to know, like, they're loved and appreciated. And you punched a 5-year-old in the face because she was crying or wet her pants. Like, I'm sorry, what? My 6-year-old still pees the bed. Like, you know, it's because she's in a deep, deep sleep. Like, working on it. But you hurt your child because she peed her pants, probably because she was so afraid of you at that point. He's a monster. Like, and he can keep claiming he's innocent, but there's no evidence that anybody but him committed the crime. It's that simple. I mean, I guess Kayla Montgomery did the right thing, if that's what you want to call it, years later, but I don't think it's only because she was under her own pressure to do so, you know? Hey.
Just give me one moment. Just
Yeah.
Give me a second. I can't hear you right now.
Just think Adam Montgomery is a vile piece of garbage, and I would love for them to throw the entire book at him and then bury him with the book, because that's what he deserves at this point. His lawyers seem to forget that he was found guilty, so you can't you can claim innocence, I guess, but he's definitely not innocent. And I highly doubt the judge will go with any minimums. I think you'll see her upstream from a minimum, because this is a child. It's a child, and he was found guilty. So there's no, you know, maybe he did it or maybe he didn't questions. Like, he did. And the evidence shows that.
Hello, what's up?
Hey.
Nothing much. Sorry, I realized that my mic wasn't even connected to the headphones weren't even connected to the mic, so I just realized that. I was like, why is
no worries
now? Anyway, yeah, I'm glad this guy got sentenced, but too bad the death sentence didn't come through. For, you know, there's no death sentence. Just my thoughts on that.
Yeah, not in that state, at least.
Yeah, they should.
We're still, I mean, I know I'm a little bit behind, but the judge had 15 minutes before she was going to give the sentence. So we're just waiting for that while this guy's talking.
Yeah.
But
what'd you think of the you know,
circus?
The Carrie one with the whole situation with the first witness, and Yanetti's trying to do like the stretch where he was like, oh yeah, so didn't you call him whatever from that cartoon?
Yeah. What? Like, first of all, okay, it's an inside joke. Secondly, John found it funny. And thirdly, because I've known this the entire time, obviously non-public information, but I've known this the entire time. It wasn't even Colin that threw beer cans on his lawn. It was a different kid. And I'm
it was corrected.
Yeah.
And it was corrected on the record. And it's like, it gets to the point, it just gets ridiculous at this point. And now what was it? Now the big thing is like the second lady basically had like 69 calls and what was it? How many month period? Was it 6 months or something like that?
Yeah, it was a short amount of time. I think it was 6 or 9 months, whatever it was.
Yeah. And it says, well, you said you didn't say you said infrequently or something like that, rarely. And he pulls out the 61 and he's kind of like wondering like, why is he making all these calls? And I'm like, did you ever think that it could be just like, just gossip, like basically people just being like, holy crap, what's going on? You know what I mean?
Phone tag.
Yeah. Like, it's not like they're trying to cover up a murder. Did you ever think that like that's the explanation? I mean, this was a friend. This was a guy. It's a small town, and everyone's kind of interested in what the hell's going on. So
that's the thing, right? Like, I think there was a lot of mental gymnastics happening on the defense today. Like, like, oh, Chris is lying. See, he's just lying. Like, literally most of the questions that were asked were like, first of all, I don't know why Lally didn't object to some of them. Like, when did you eat before D&E, or when did you eat like before you went to Royal? How is that relevant to anything at all?
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, you could object to relevancy, but like sometimes you just kind of like you let that slide because why would you object? Like, you know what I mean? It's like it's one of those waste of time questions. You just like, okay,
Yeah.
whatever. You can ask your bullshit question. It's a ridiculous question.
It is.
I mean, honestly, I think it kind of made Yannetti look ridiculous. And then you have Turtle Boy saying, the motive is shown. He yelled at the 9-year-old. It's like, okay, bro, I guess you never... I guess after he gave the kid candy was when the kid, like, they planned their murder of John O'Keefe. Like, okay, the mental gymnastics here and the reaching is hitting all-time high. It's like... You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how they're going to go with this angle. They would have been better off with the jealous Higgins, jealous of Karen Reed and got into a fight or something. But, like, the whole thing now they're trying to, like, it just makes them look ridiculous. And I honestly said this yesterday. I just, when I was on Queen Bee's channel, I was, like, basically stating, like, it seems like they're attempting to grab anything they can and throw it at the wall. And these blog tubers and all these other people are buying it, hook, like buying it. I'm sitting here, I'm like, guys, like, it doesn't make sense. They're throwing every single little thing here and there at the wall, and it doesn't make sense.
And none of it is sticking. And the funny thing is, like, you have to remember the jury is just normal people. Like, they have brains, right? Like, they have brains. And I think the most telling moment today for me is when Lally asked Chris, like, if Brian's house at 34 Fairview was going to be sold before John died, and immediately Yannetti objects to it. Why would you object to that? Oh, that's right, because the answer to that would be yes, which Chris did get out before, like, it was sustained, but the answer would be yes, but then folds part of the conspiracy theory that they sold the house and lost money, and like, no.
Well, I mean, first off, the conspiracy theory that like they sold the house and that's suspicious. Number one, the reason being that they're being harassed, and that would be the explanation afterwards. But the other thing is, it's like, wouldn't you want control over the house so that no one could come in, and then you'd have more time to clean it up and everything? And wouldn't you just keep the house so you wouldn't look suspicious?
Yeah, some people keep it until they die, and that's when you found out something happened in there, because then the cops can go in and like whatever. Like once you sell it, like the homeowners that own it now can give you permission to just go in. Like,
yeah,
I mean, to me, it just shows a lot to the jury. I mean, they're not supposed to like take into consideration if it's sustained, but like you can't unhear it, right? Like they still heard the answer to the question was yes. So like in their brains, they're still like, wait a second, why did Yannetti even object to the answer to that question?
I mean, what's really telling is when you look at the witness, I forgot his first, the Cullen's father, right?
Albert?
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah.
When you look at him, he was smiling fondly about John. It really just showed you like kind of a good neighborhood, it seemed like a good relationship. And when he's showing that photo, like, look at you on the lawn cursing, like with your middle fingers, with smiles on your face. It's like, yeah, that's called being good neighbors and being good people. Like, you're only building these people up to being good characters. Like, This is like, and then you're like, well, you have control. It's like, yeah, he's a select board member. I'm telling you now, I don't think the select board has that much power. If that's the case, then
doesn't.
like people
It
hear
doesn't.
select board, yeah, it's like literally, it's like one step above like being a teachers meeting. Like what is it? Being
PTO.
PTO. Like it's one step over that. It's like so no more. Like there is no power in it. Like you can't go to the chief of police and say, I'm a select board member and I'm going to have you. Like, no, I mean, like, it's just so ridiculous. It's like the thought process is so stupid. And you got law tubers sitting there, oh, that makes absolute sense to me. No, it doesn't, bro. Like, if he was
not only
like
does
the
it not
governor,
make sense. Yeah, the governor. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
if he
was one of
if
the
he,
something like that.
yeah, I would be like, yeah, that makes sense. He's a governor. But even if when you listen to the 911 call, what does it state? It says 34 Fairview. This is Chris. This is this is Albert's house. It's like, okay, that just blows their whole theory about like, oh, they just covered up. The police covered up because it's like they don't want people to know that this police officer died on his lawn and be an embarrassment to them. It's like, what? Like, first off, you got a town of 22,000 people, or what is it? In 2022,
Yeah,
it was like 22,000. I don't know what it
it
is
was small.
today.
Yep. Around 20. It was like, around 22,000 or something back then. Probably not much more today,
Yeah, and you're expecting like a thing like that to be like secret. That you're not gonna like people are not gonna know about like a police officer dying on some other police officer's lawn, and somehow it's gonna come out. Like, so stupid.
Right. Not only that, but like for me, like all these other like in my opinion, these people are just jumping on the grifter train. Like, let me get on this because I see all the donations coming into the other shows. Like, I've been streaming for fucking 5 hours and 36 minutes, not a single donation. This isn't about like, this is about covering something, and these people who are innocent, who have been accused of murder over a YouTuber who thinks he can just point fingers because he's making a ridiculous, amount of money on just saying free Karen Reed. Like, come on, dude. Like, I'm sorry, but some of you are attorneys and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to sit here and watch. Like,
it is embarrassing. I mean, and you got Emily Baker sitting there and saying, well, that's good that person's just like basically stating questions that they know it's going to get sustained just to be a sleazy attorney. It's like, no, I don't think the goal is to be a sleazy attorney that does everything he can to basically do every sleazy tactic they can to try to get a guilty woman off, especially working with a garbage can being known as Turtleway. And still, I haven't seen him in the court today, so that's going to be very interesting.
No,
to see
not today.
I guess Tom CPU wasn't up to par today. Apparently,
was he not there?
Yeah, well, I thought Tom was going to come there at like 4 a.m. and hold the place for him. Nope, that didn't happen.
No, they were holding places last night, so he would have had to come a lot sooner than that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, they're going to get their top spot. And I heard the kids are not going to be shown.
No, there's no media's not allowed to show them or audio or video for the kids.
Yeah, which makes sense because it's like these kids are been through enough. And you got these whack jobs like fucking Turtle Boy saying, it's the 9-year-old. That's the motive. I'm like, bro.
But your motive wasn't that the entire time. So now we're changing the motive. I thought it was the beer cans on the lawn, right? Or then it was like,
yeah, now it can't be the beer cans because it's a known fact that it wasn't the beer cans, that it wasn't a situation like that. So now it's because the kid was scared off the lawn. And I guess that when he got the candy, the kid thought of the murder plot.
Yeah, apparently.
And
come on.
And you got law tubers sitting there. It's like, well, this plot makes sense. No, dummies. It doesn't make sense. And if you
what
look
pisses me off is I know they know it doesn't make sense, and they're just jumping on because they're either afraid, right, of saying the opposite, or you're just that dumb. Like I don't know.
You know what? People are either way are kind of. I guess they're still waiting for sentencing. People are kind of just like conspiracy theories, but they don't really think about the damage these conspiracy theories do to people's real lives. You got a lot of people that spread conspiracy theories for Summer Wells or Kylie Rodney's case or any other case like that, and Quentin, and all these other things, and they don't think about the damage you're doing to people's lives. And that's a simple situation.
Yeah, I mean, these people have been relentlessly harassed, you know, like their jobs have been like, and it's not even just the witnesses. Anybody who says we think Karen Reed is guilty and the evidence shows it, such as myself, get relentlessly. So it's kind of ridiculous, right? Like, I'm sorry, but any person with a brain, right, like puts together what the evidence is and says, holy crap. Like, once I got a boatload of evidence when I was sick with pneumonia in like November and December, like I was like, holy crap. She's definitely, there's no ifs, ands, or buts, guilty with public and non-public information. So it's like, this is not good. Like, this is not good. And then I'm watching Yannetti and Jackson sort of play like mince words and say, well, isn't this what you said to the witnesses? And the witnesses are like, no, that's not what I said, because he's using a different word than what they use. And he's trying to make it sound like they lied or said something different, when in reality, he's the only one trying to spin, and he's spinning and spinning and spinning. And at some point, these witnesses are shutting him down and saying, one witness even said, you're spinning what I said. Like, so like, you have to remember that the jury is watching every time these attorneys are being put in their place about lying and trying to make someone out to be a liar who isn't lying, right? Because you have the same people saying the same thing over and over, 4 or 5 people. Like,
And you know what? I was talking to Corrosive last night on Queen Base, and he basically stated a very interesting point that, you know, how Yannetti initially said it was a tragic accident in the beginning when he was on a press conference. And he said, what if like Karen Reed basically admitted that she hit him with the car, and that is one of the reasons why she's not coming on the stand, because if Yannetti knowingly allows his client to do perjury, that could be a situation where he could be disbarred and possibly go to jail.
and there's no more attorney-client privilege after that, so they can go through everything, your phones, your emails, all of it.
Yeah, and I just think like I'm not quite understanding how people are sitting there. He says, "Oh my God," you know. And when we see, someone says Yannetti is transgressed. Yeah, the judge is really keeping an eye on this person and these people, because honestly, everything Jackson and Yannetti have been doing is very snakish, very disgusting to me.
Very.
I think it's a perversion of the justice system to work with a blogger to release person like grand jury minutes. I mentioned it to some other attorneys just on the side when I'm just like, you know, we're waiting, whatever. And they just like have a face of disgust, honestly. And this,
me too.
It's a really disgusting thing that he's done. These people. My beef with Law 2 defense lawyers is that they're only giving their personal opinions, really, but under the guise of their professional analysis, posturing kind of unprofessional. Yeah, like honestly, that's the key. Like, you have to realize that these law tubers are not giving their legal opinion. And you're kind of seeing like Lally, they're like, oh, he doesn't have the flair. And I would say like, yeah, he needs a little bit more like presentations, just like that show, like that movie with the since we're going with cartoons set concepts, you know, the guy with the big head in that cartoon, he was like a villain. He was like a metropolitan city. He was like a blue head, giant headed villain with like a super intelligence.
Oh,
and
Megamind.
Like, he needs presentation. Lolly needs a little presentation. You know, like that's the thing. I think he needs a little presentation. For instance, you know, and I think that's very important. But you're seeing like two contracts. You see one guy following all the rules and doing everything correctly, and you see other guy being snakish as a motherfucker.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
To me, it's just, I mean, if I can see the sort of like mental gymnastics and game playing they're doing in this case, like, then I'm sure the jury can, they're going to notice when Jackson or Yannetti is sort of going on a tangent about something, and then the witness shuts it down like Chris did today when he was like, isn't it true? Colin did this. Like, no. Isn't it true? Colin, no. Isn't it true your son called? No. Like, all of that was lies fed to you, sir. And there's evidence that all that is untrue. Little do you know, but it's like the crap that they're trying to introduce, and Beecham's right. They're throwing anything at the wall to see if it sticks. Literally anything. I've watched them do it like 3 different ways, and I'm like, wait a second. Which theory are they going with at this point? Because right now they're taking like 4 of their theories and sort of squishing them together like one big cluster, and it's like, yeah, a 9-year-old. Yep, the 9-year-old was so mad about the candy that they conspired a plot to kill a Boston police. Like, do you know utterly ridiculous that sounds. And again, they like to say like, oh, well, we're not saying there's 90 plus people in the conspiracy. Yes, you are. You're saying the Alberton McCabe's are in on the conspiracy. You're saying the cops are in on the conspiracy. You guys said at one point the judge is in on the conspiracy. Then we're saying that all these other people who are around, you know, the Kostopoulos or whatever their last name is. I can't with their last name so long. It's Greek. I can't remember. But
Yeah.
all of these people are all in on this giant guy. You can't say only the cops and only the Alberton McCabe's because that's then you what you're saying these people are lying, so they would have to be on the conspiracy. No, like
yeah, and for if you read the documents, the charging documents, Turtle Boy, like they've had meetings, they've had lunch with Turtle Boy. It's you can read the text messages. They and also like if you see like he's gotten information sooner than possibly released, and if you even really look at the defense, what they're doing, it mirrors almost every Turtle Boy talking point. And if you know, there's one thing of being a good reporter and you're getting the facts out and everything, but it's another thing to basically have the exact same information as the defense in a lot of ways. And it's you know, and when his trial happens, all that's going to come out, guaranteed. And he might go to jail, he might not go to jail. Depends. I think he's going to jail. I think his chance of going to jail is actually higher than Karen Reed's, to be honest with you. Because I think, in my opinion, because he doesn't have Yannetti. He has fucking Brado. I mean,
well, not only that, but the massive amount of evidence that there is of like, he loves to like, you know, record his own crimes and he likes to brag. So there's a massive amount of evidence that he'd have to overcome to not go to jail. I don't see it happening.
And it's like, in the end of the day, like I look at it as very logic based. I say to myself, did we just waste like 2 days basically deposing these EMT workers? Because like we all know that she said in her own words on national TV, which is going to be published, guaranteed you, and that's going to like really remove the credibility of their client, especially if she's not going to testify and they're going to see that and they're going to be like, she's on 60 Minutes, but yet she's not going to fucking, you know, Dateline, whatever the show is.
Not going to testify for herself, right?
The EMTs, like I never understood why they went with the EMTs are part of the conspiracy and not just say the EMTs may have misheard my client. My client meant to say, and just say, well, they were working hard to save John's life and they were all just, you know, focusing on it. Because the more people you add to conspiracy, the more unbelievable it sounds. And it's very easy for a jury to believe, like, yeah, they're busy. It's got a heavy winds. It's got snow. They probably misheard. Yeah.
I think it's coming back. Hold on.
Okay.
The crimes that you have committed and the harm that you have caused cannot be overstated. You took a human life, and you did so in the most callous and heartless of ways. You robbed a 5-year-old girl, your own daughter, of the life that she was to lead. You stole from your sons a sister. You took a daughter from her mother. You were convicted of reckless second-degree murder. Reckless in this context does not mean something that was an accident. It is defined under law as something that manifests the extreme indifference to a human life. Your extreme indifference to the value of the human life is seen in so many of your actions in this case. In 2019, you beat Harmony. In the words of your uncle, her eye was fully black and blue like a raccoon eye, is what he said. Your words when asked were, quote, I bashed her around the effing house. And then you hid her from the view of others and you kept her from those that came to help her. On the date that you murdered her, you didn't hit her once. You punched her in the head repeatedly. You beat her in the car while at stoplights, more than one time. You knew that she was severely injured, yet you covered her with a blanket and didn't check on her until after you took her lifeless body from the car. And then after her death, you treated her body like it was trash, worse than trash. You did unimaginable things to her body, and all in an effort to save yourself from being discovered as her murderer. And then, on top of that, you threatened, abused, and beat your wife to keep her silent. Your criminal history similarly reflects your extreme indifference to the value of human life.
your actions having taken both a physical and emotional toll on so many. In 2008, you were convicted of criminal threatening after pointing a knife at a 15-year-old girl. In 2010, you were convicted of armed robbery and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon in a home invasion incident in which it was reported that you held up a woman at gunpoint, terrorizing her to the point that she lost control of her bodily functions. In 2009, you were convicted of first-degree assault for stabbing another person. In 2014, you were convicted of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon and larceny in a case in which it was reported that you shot a man in the face. In 2019, you were convicted of 2 counts of armed career criminal, 2 counts of theft, and 2 counts of receiving stolen property, all of the charges stemming from the thefts of firearms, guns, exchanges of guns for drugs and money. The court has to consider 3 primary goals of sentencing: punishment, deterrence, and rehabilitation. The focus today is on your convictions in this case: second-degree murder, falsifying physical evidence, witness tampering, abuse of a corpse, and second-degree assault. But the prior convictions are important, and they're important as well as each of them reflects not just your extensive criminal conduct, but each of them represents an opportunity after sentencing for you to have changed the trajectory of your life, to change how you were treating other people. But you were either unwilling or unable to do so. And as a result, at this point, the court has the responsibility to impose a sentence that not only punishes you harshly for the crimes that you have committed, but considers deterrence, that is, how to keep you from hurting others. In light of the egregious nature of the crimes of which you have been convicted in this case, and taking into consideration your extremely violent criminal history, the court finds the only way to do this is to keep you off the streets. To the extent you seek to rehabilitate yourself, that will have to happen behind the prison walls. Harmony was an innocent 5-year-old girl. You treated her in the worst of possible ways, in both her life and in her death. Therefore, the court sentences you as follows. On charge ID 2027112C, the charge of second-degree murder, you are sentenced to the New Hampshire State Prison for not more than life nor less than 45 years. That sentence is stand committed. That sentence is consecutive. All of these sentences, I should say now, are consecutive to each other, as well as consecutive to docket 216-2022 CR 577, which are the sentences that you're currently serving. Additionally, you're to participate meaningfully and complete any counseling, treatment, or education programs as directed by the correctional authority or probation, parole. Law enforcement agencies may return evidence to its rightful owner. You are ordered to be of good conduct and comply with all the terms of this sentence. This is also consecutive to the second-degree assault charge in the docket ending in 20. That is charge ID 1937947C. Do you have any questions about that sentence?
Nope. Nope. That's it.
On
just
charge
nope.
ID 2027113C, falsifying physical evidence. On this charge, you are sentenced to New Hampshire State Prison for not more than 7 years nor 3.5 years. This sentence is stand committed, consecutive to all of the other charges that I'm about to read you, as well as consecutive to the second-degree assault charge and the docket ending in 20 and the sentences that you are presently serving. You do have the obligation, as with the other sentences, to meaningfully participate in programming as directed by the correctional authority or probation, parole. You're ordered to be of good conduct and comply with all the terms of that sentence. On the charge of tampering with witnesses and informants, you are sentenced to the New Hampshire State Prison for not more than 7 years nor less than 3.5 years. Again, this sentence is consecutive to the additional sentences that I've read to you that I'm reading to you in this case, as well as docket ending in 20 and the sentences that you are presently serving. You have the same obligations for
for participation in programming, and law enforcement may return evidence to its rightful owner. On the abuse of corpse charge, on this charge, you are sentenced to the maximum penalty of 12 months at the House of Correction. All of this sentence is suspended for 25 years. If it were to be imposed, it would be consecutive to the sentences that I read to you. And on this charge, you will also have the provision of a no contact order, and that is no contact with the Sorey family, the Miller family, and the Rafferty family. That sentence is also consecutive were it to be imposed to all of the other sentences in this case and the sentence you're currently serving. On the second degree assault charge ID 1937947C, you are sentenced to New Hampshire State Prison for not more than 8 years nor less than 4 years. This sentence is consecutive to the sentences in docket 216-2022 CR 2372. This is charge ID 1937947C. On this charge, you have the additional requirement, as you have in the other cases, to meaningfully participate in programming. Law enforcement agencies may return evidence to its rightful owner, and you're obligated to be of good behavior and comply with all the terms of the sentence. Do you have any question about those sentences?
No, I do not.
All right, before you go, counsel, approach, please.
So nope and
No, I do not. The response from Adam Montgomery in relation.
Okay, so yeah,
Well, he's never getting out. I mean, like,
never.
It's good. I mean, he showed no conscience at all. That man deserved everything he got. He was like, no questions. Nope. Just like if you were asking him if he wanted a side of fries with his fucking burger.
Right. Like, nope. And then nope. Like, okay. So, and you still don't want to tell them where your daughter is.
Yeah.
Like, still.
Garbage human being, garbage in, garbage out, toss him in the
I think they said they
volcano.
offered him what it was 30 to 35 if he told them where she was.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but him, it's like, you know, he probably just wants the satisfaction of going into prison. He's an evil person.
Very.
Only sad thing is we can't throw him in wood chipper. Feet first.
Right.
But
Feet first would be great. Like, he should get
Yeah.
everything he gave his daughter and then some.
Yeah. Really disgusting human being.
Yeah,
Really
just vile.
disgusting.
All right, I'm
But-
done with him. He's coming off my damn screen because I can't even stand to look at the back of his head anymore.
Yeah, disgusting individual.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we would love to have you tomorrow if you have some time.
Sure. If you start, I'll probably be, if I can jump around. I know where you are now. You can just send me the link
Yeah.
via email. You got my email now.
I do now.
Yeah, just make sure you don't share it. I don't like my email
I
shared.
will not. I will not. I would never.
do not.
I would never.
All right. The only other person that has my email is, I think was Heels and Queen Bee, and that's pretty much it. But anyway, I don't like having my email out there. But anyway,
Yeah,
you have a
I don't
good
blame
one. Yeah,
You
you have a
Thank
good
you
one.
for coming up. I hope we
No
have a
problem.
longer day tomorrow with you.
No problem. Bye.
Bye. It was great to have B Tim and Voices and Kathy, and I appreciate everybody coming on. And this was for Heels, and we'll continue covering it until the end for Heels. I think me and Kathy, said like this is something she would want. She wouldn't want us to stop covering it. This is something she really wanted to see through to the end. And we're going to do that in honor of Heels. So I will see you guys tomorrow morning. And I might pop on at sometime tonight if I possibly can. I got a lot of other things I got to do. I'm about to get my little one off the bus, but I will see everybody in the morning. Please make sure you like and share. And if you're in the rewatch crew, like and share. And if anybody feels the need, the donate link down there with the Cash App and the Venmo is at the bottom. We appreciate that to sort of keep running this. But I love you all, and I will see you all in the morning. Bye.